A Murder of Quality is the second novel by John le Carré, published in 1962. It features George Smiley, the most famous of le Carré's recurring characters, in his only book set outside the espionage community. Plot summary. Long retired since the war, Ailsa Brimley is now the editor of a small Christian magazine, called Christian Voice. The magazine's membership is small but loyal, and many of its readers have been supporters of the magazine since its inception. Unexpectedly, Brimley receives a letter from a reader, Stella Rhodes, who claims that her husband, a public school junior master in the town of Kearney, is plotting to kill her. Fearing for Stella's life, Brimley hunts down her former wartime colleague, the retired circus spy George Smiley, and asks him to help. Smiley, who knows the brother of schoolteacher Terence Fielding, agrees to do what he can, but before he is able to intervene, learns that Rhodes has been murdered.
A Murder of Quality, adapted for radio by Frederick Bradnam, from a novel by John le Carré, with David Bird as George Smiley, Joan Sanderson as Miss Brimley, and Patrick Barr as Terence Fielding. A Murder of Quality.
So, it really is you, Brim. Come on in.
Did you think there was another female called Brimley about to enter your life? Oh, what a nice room, George.
Yes, I suppose it is. Only it must be years since we last met.
It is. 10 years.
10 years. And no doubt you could tell me exactly when and where.
I could, but I won't.
Oh, do sit down, Brim.
May I sit here?
Please. Now tell me, how did you find me?
The telephone directory. Under Smiley. George Smiley.
Ah.
You're the only Smiley G.H. in the book. Then I telephoned first to make quite sure you weren't in, but I was able to leave a message which I assume you got.
Yes. Oh, simple, isn't it? The obvious I always forget. Will you have a whiskey and soda? You still drink it?
I do, and I will.
Fine.
You've left the service for good?
For good? I wonder. One never knows with intelligence work, I find. And yourself, Brim?
I edit a weekly paper.
Ah, and trust, no doubt, that you have left the service for good.
Exactly.
Yes, I had another spell some time back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Intelligence is all very different now. Ideas are different. People are different. The Steeds, Jeopardies, Fieldings aren't about anymore. All gone. Is that the right amount of soda?
Thanks, that's just right.
Your health, Brim.
And yours, George. Fielding. Adrian Fielding had a brother. He teaches at Cairns.
Yes, that's right. Terence Fielding, a housemaster. That is, if he hasn't retired.
No, he retires this half, whatever that means. It was in the Times some weeks ago.
You seem well informed.
Not well enough. Tell me about Cairns School, George. Did you go there?
Heavens, no.
But you know about it.
Yes, I know about it.
Is it as bad as it sounds?
Absolutely. Not that it always was. It didn't become really fashionable until about 100 years ago, and it was founded by Edward VI in 1550, I think. I've never really understood why some schools become fashionable with the rich, grow like Cairn into bastions of snobbery and privilege.
It's generally a headmaster. I mean, there's one head who lifts the school up out of the rut, and the right people get to know about him, send him their boys, and the tradition begins.
Well, there was a man in the 1850s, the master. The Cairn calls the head the master. They don't have teachers. They have housemasters, house dons, and ushers.
And half?
A half is a term. They have only 2. What else?
Cairn itself. I know it's a town in Dorset, but what's it beside?
Well, I suppose the school is the town. The playing fields and the staff houses encircle it. It's miles from anywhere, you know, Brim. Beautiful countryside, but quite isolated. Has little to do with the world most people live in.
One would have to fit in.
Or get out, I imagine.
Yes. But that wouldn't be easy for the wife of a house don, would it?
What's the problem, Brim?
Well, I had a letter sent to my paper the other day from the wife of a man who's teaching at Cairn. They haven't been there long. They're called Rhodes, without the H.
I see. Oh, what sort of letter?
I'm a ridiculous spinster, I know, but it's worried me, and I knew you were the best person to come and see about it.
Well, you'd better read the letter to me, Brim.
All right. It's addressed from North Fields, Carn School, Dorset, and dated the 7th of February. Dear Miss Fellowship, I don't know if you are a real person, but it doesn't matter. You always give such good, kind answers. There's something very wrong here. I don't know if he's really plotting to... I can't write the word, but I feel as if I'm dead already. Do you understand? It's this place. It's done something to him so that he hates me. No, it's not just my imagination, and I really am perfectly sane and normal. But I'm frightened of everything, of what he's thinking and what he might do. And now the long nights are coming. Please write and tell me what I should do. I hope you don't get many letters like this. Yours faithfully, Stella Road, Mrs. Nay Glaston.
He is the husband, we must assume.
Yes? It can't really be anybody else.
And you're Miss Fellowship.
Yes.
Tell me, my dear Brim, what exactly is your paper, and how did you get onto it?
It's called The Christian Voice, and it's a nonconformist weekly newspaper founded in 1903 by old Lord Lansbury. I'm its editor. It's very much a family affair. The same families take it now as did in 1903. The Lansbury we know is the son of the founder. He offered me the job after our outfit was thinned down in the 50s.
Oh, yes, I remember now. And why do you take Mrs. Rhodes seriously? You've had other letters of the same order?
No. Only one for a kitchen hints competition, and a note from her last year saying that her husband had been taken on to the teaching staff of Carn School. We printed the news. The point is, George, she's a Glaston.
What is a Glaston?
Well, they've been readers of The Voice since it started. The Glastons are part of our magazine, one of the few hundred families who form our establishment.
So you take her letter seriously?
I must. I know the Glastons are as down-to-earth as you could wish, Stella included. I don't think she's likely to be suffering from delusions of persecution.
Well, what are you going to do?
Write to her. Ask her to come and see me. You see, I have the idea that Stella's husband isn't the usual Carn type, the product of a grammar school, red brick and all that.
Yes. And Stella Road wouldn't be the type, would she? I doubt whether Carn has ever had a nonconformist wife.
Road himself is also.
Yes, he would be, of course.
So I shall write to her, and if that doesn't help, well, I wondered, perhaps you could contact the man Fielding for me.
Well, I have met him, of course I would, but...
What's Fielding like?
Terence. He's not quite the man his brother was, you know. In his late 50s now, a big man with a fine head, rather flamboyant, a superb natural actor.
Is he married?
He's not the marrying type.
Ah.
He's very intelligent, of course, and very vain.
Have you met any of his colleagues?
Well, Anne knew a housemaster and his wife, Charles and Shane Hecht. I don't remember meeting them ever. I think they were typical of Carn and quite awful.
Of course, things aren't at all the same at Carn these days. I remember before the war when Charles inspected the corps on a white horse.
Ah, yes.
We don't do that kind of thing now, do we? Of course, I've nothing against Mr. Iredale as commandant. Nothing at all.
No, he's a good chap, Iredale, when all's said and done.
And his wife's such a nice person. Don't you think, Terence?
Oh, I don't know, Shane. A bit overdressed for my taste.
I know what you mean. I wonder why they can never keep their servants. I hear Mr. Road will be helping out with the corps next half.
Poor little Road. Running about like a puppy trying to earn his biscuit. He tries so hard. Have you ever seen him at school matches?
Well, he ought not to try quite so hard. Do you know, Terence, he'd never seen a game of rugger before he came here? It's all soccer at grammar schools, I believe.
Is it? Do you remember when he first came, Charles?
Oh, yes, quiet as a mouse.
It was fascinating how he lay very low, drinking us in. The games, the vocabulary, the manners, everything. Then one day, it was as if he'd been given the power of speech, and he spoke our language. It was amazing, like plastic surgery. It was Felix Darcy's work, of course. I've never seen anything quite like it before.
Dear Mrs. Road. So sweet and such simple taste, don't you think? I mean, whoever would have dreamt of putting those china ducks on the wall? Big ones at the front and little ones at the back. I wonder where she bought them. I must ask her.
Shall I ask her?
You, Terence, would you?
I think not. I find Mrs. Road hell, to be honest, for once. So, they're here next Wednesday. I can't leave them out.
Black candles, Terence.
Of course.
Here are the coats, Mr. Fielding.
Oh, thank you, True.
Let me help you with yours, Mrs. Hesh.
Thank you, Miss Truebody. Poor, dear, sad old fur.
Oh, no. It's a lovely coat, madam.
Well, thank you, Terence. Extremely pleasant. You know we're going to miss you when you go.
Good night, Terence, darling. So kind. And in your last half, you must dine with us before you go.
I'd be delighted.
Good night, Mr. Hesh.
Oh, good night to you, Miss Truebody. Oh, it's turning very cold, you know. We're going to be having snow soon.
Good night, Miss Truebody.
Good night, Mrs. Hesh.
And thank you for such a delightful meal. You must have gone to a lot of trouble.
Oh, not really, madam. It's nice to know you enjoyed it.
Good night again, Terence, darling.
Good night, Shane.
Oh, it's turned cold. It's nearly the long night, isn't it? It's always supposed to snow at Caen during the long night.
And it often does. Oh, do come on, Shane.
Oh, Charles, you can quick march your boys as much as you like. I propose to go slower. Good night, Terence.
Good night.
There now. It was a success, wasn't it, Mr. Fielding?
Yes, I suppose it was true.
There, that's done. Oh, you look tired, sir.
I am a little true. Indeed, I am.
Is there anything else, sir?
No, nothing else. Sleep well, True.
And you too, sir. Good night.
Good night.
I wrote to Stella Road, George. Today I got another letter, not really a reply, and now I am worried.
Which is why you've dropped in again.
Yes, frankly. Here, read it for yourself.
Right. 15th of February. Dear Miss Fellowship, I am not mad, you must believe that, but I know my husband is trying to kill me. I will come and see you as soon as I can. You do understand that I am normal. I'm so afraid of the long nights. There's something not quite right about him. At night sometimes, when he thinks I'm asleep, he just lies watching the darkness. I know he's trying to kill me, but what can I do? It's not nice, is it?
You know, I suppose I should go to the police, but I thought first, would you perhaps see Terence Fielding?
Yes. I'll ring him now. I could go down to Caen tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, George.
I looked up Fielding's number after you were here the other day.
Oh. I wonder what the long nights are. Have you any idea?
I don't know. It's Ash Wednesday shortly. Something to do with Lent, perhaps.
It sounds possible.
Ah, Caen School. I'd like to speak to Mr. Terence Fielding, please. George Smiley. No, from London. Mr. Fielding is being got.
Good.
I wonder just how the husband is trying to kill the wife. Or how the wife thinks he is, rather.
I wonder that.
These long nights sound disturbing enough, even if you aren't expecting to be murdered.
Yes.
Maybe Fielding can tell us what they are. Ah, Fielding. Good evening. My name is George Smiley. I knew your brother well. We have, in fact, met. Yes, that was it. Look, I wonder if I might come to see you on a personal matter. A bad time, or what has happened? No, for a friend of mine. She's received a disturbing letter from the wife of a Caen master. Yes, Stella Road. Oh. Yes. Thank you, Fielding. Goodbye. Stella Road is dead, I'm afraid, Brim.
Dead? She was
murdered. Late on Wednesday night. That's last night. She and her husband had been dining with Fielding earlier in the evening.
And the husband?
I don't know. Fielding said something. I couldn't quite catch it.
George, they'll have to know about the letter.
The police, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, I think they will.
You couldn't go down there, could you?
To Caen? Well, I suppose I could. But would it really help?
I've a feeling it would.
All right, then. If you say so, Brim.
Oh, good.
I'd better find out who's in charge of the case there. Special branch might help. I'll give them a ring. And no doubt be on my way in the morning.
Oh, sorry, sir. I say, I nearly knocked you down.
I say, you nearly did. What's the rush about?
Sex, sir.
Sext?
Midday prayers, sir. We say them in the Abbey during Lent.
Ah, I see. Is that the east gate across there?
Yes, sir. I'll show you, sir. I had no need really to rush, but we always do. Are you visiting the school, sir?
Yes, I suppose I am. I hope to see Mr. Fielding if I have the time.
Oh, he's my housemaster, sir. My name's Perkins. I'm Mr. Fielding's head boy, sir.
Oh, that's what's called a coincidence, isn't it?
Yes, it is, sir.
You've had a lot of snow here. When did it start?
Yesterday, sir. It's a few days early. We usually get it on the long nights. This is the gate, sir.
Do you? On the long nights, eh? Oh, thank you, Perkins. That's the police station just across the road, isn't it?
The police station? Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you again, Perkins. And don't be late for sex.
Oh, come in, Mr. Smiley. I was expecting you.
Yes, I'd hoped.
I'm Inspector Rigby. Ben Sparrow rang this morning, sir.
Ah, that was good of you.
Oh, come in, sir.
Thank you.
The two of you work together on the war, I believe.
Yes.
Well, sir, I'll be happy to give you all the help I can. Oh, I could do with some myself, the way things are. Anyway, I'm very pleased you've come.
Thank you.
I believe you've got a couple of letters for me.
Yes. I don't know if Ben explained, but here they are.
Ah, thank you, sir. He told me all about Miss Brimley. Oh. Not nice letters, are they? I suppose Miss Brimley is sure of the writing.
You can trust her.
Aye, so Ben said.
She's had other letters about a cake mix and so on from Mrs. Rode, and I suppose you can check the handwriting here.
Oh, we can, but it's her writing without a doubt. Well, sir, how long are you staying?
Well, I don't really know, Inspector. I should probably stay for a day or two just to have a word with Fielding. And go to the funeral, I suppose. I've booked in at the Sawley Arms.
Why, no tell that. At least some think so. It's a funny place, Khan. There's a big gap between the town and gown. It's fear that does it. Fear and ignorance. Oh, I can call on Mr. Fielding and Mr. Darcy, and they say, "Good day, Sergeant," and give me a cup of tea in the kitchen. I don't get cross, but I can't get among them. They've got their own community, see, and no one outside it can get in on it.
Yes, it would be like that.
There's a lot I'd like to ask them. A lot of things. Who liked the Rhodes and who didn't. Whether Mr. Rhodes the good teacher. Whether his wife fitted in with the others. Lots of things. I've got all the facts I want, but I've got no clothes to hang on them.
Well, if you want me to help, I'll be delighted. But why not give me the facts first?
All right, then. Well, today is Friday the 18th. Stella Rode was murdered between 11:10 and 11:45 on the night of Wednesday the 16th. She'd been struck on the head, must have been 15 to 20 times. It was a terrible murder, terrible. At a guess, I'd say she came from the drawing room to the front door to answer the bell or something, and when she opened the door, was struck down and dragged round to the conservatory. The conservatory door was unlocked.
I see. It's odd that he should have known that, isn't it?
It is that, sir. He finished her off there, out of sight, like. He was wearing Wellington boots, size 10, be around 6 feet tall from the spacing of the footprints.
And covered in blood.
Aye.
Where was her husband?
I'll come to that later. Now, I said there were footprints, and so there were. The murderer came through the back garden. Where he came from and went to, heaven alone knows. There are no Wellington tracks leading away, none at all. A lot of other footprints. We can be grateful for the snow, but it doesn't help as it might. He left one thing behind him in the conservatory, an old cloth belt, navy blue, from a cheap overcoat by the look of it.
Was she robbed or anything?
No sign of interference. She was wearing a string of green beads round her neck, and they've gone, and it looks as though he tried to get the rings off her finger, but they were too tight. I need hardly tell you that we've had reports from every corner of the country about tall men in blue overcoats and gumboots, but none of them had wings, as far as I know, or 7-league Wellingtons for jumping from the conservatory to the road.
On the telephone, Fielding told me that the Rhodes had been dining with him that evening.
Just so. They left Fielding's house in the center of the town at about 10 to 11, walking. Their house is about half a mile away on the edge of the playing fields.
North Fields, it's called.
That's the place. Well, they got there at about 11:05. When he got home, Rode remembered that he left a case containing examination papers behind him at Fielding's. So he went back, and Mrs. Rode was going to wait up for him. Well, he arrived back at Fielding's about 11:30, collected the papers in their case, and set off home again. At that time of night here, there isn't anybody much about. Rode doesn't remember whether he saw anyone. He has an idea a bicycle overtook him, but he's not sure. It was a fine night, cold, a fresh fall of snow on the ground. The light was on in the drawing room. Everything looked quiet enough, very normal.
There was a moon, wasn't there?
Nearly full. You could see a mighty long way. Well, anyway, he found he didn't have his key with him, so he rang the bell. But he got no reply. So he called to his wife through the letterbox, and still got no reply. Then he noticed the churned up snow and footprints going round the side of the house.
Did he realize there was blood about?
No. He thought it was an overflow from the gutter. It just showed up dark. Well, he followed the marks round the house until he came to the conservatory. No moonlight there, and the light didn't work.
Didn't work?
Oh, simple enough. The bulb had gone, and the conservatory wasn't used much in the winter.
Well, did he light a match?
No, he didn't have any. Non-smoker, see. His wife didn't approve of smoking. So he went in the dark, calling her name. Then he fell over something. At first, he thought it was a refugee parcel. Then he realized it was his wife. There he was then, in the dark, trying to find out what was wrong, and then discovering that his hands were covered in blood. He doesn't remember much after that.
Poor devil. And then?
He was found by a master who lives 100 yards or so away, Mr. Darcy. Almost out of his mind, his hands and face covered in blood. I arrived there about 1. We got him into Dorchester Central Hospital. He's still there, but I gather the shock's wearing off.
What is the refugee parcel Rode mentioned?
Mrs. Rode was the organizer for Cairn of parcel collections for a refugee organization, the Public Schools Committee for Refugee Relief, clothes and such like. Very energetic at it, she was.
I see. What fingerprints did you pick up at the house?
Oh, Mr. Rhodes were everywhere. The others were made by gloved hands, made before Rhodes.
And these examination papers he went back to Fielding's for, were they as important as all that?
Yes, up to a point anyway. The marks had to be handed in by midday Friday. Today, that is.
Well, why take them to Fielding's in the first place?
Earlier on, Rhodes had been on chapel duty, so he didn't have time to return home before dinner. He changed at the school, and that's where he left his latchkey, in his other suit.
I see. Then how do you explain Stella Rhodes' letters?
Oh, it is known in the letters we've got to explain.
Oh, what else?
Well, as you know, Mrs. Rhodes was chapel, the only member of the school that was. The minister is a man called Cardew. He knew her pretty well, even before she came to Cairn.
Well, isn't Rhodes chapel?
Was. He turned Church of England when he came here. Tried to get his wife to turn also, but she wouldn't. Well, now, Cardew came to see me a couple of weeks back. He was worried and very perplexed at what Mrs. Rhodes had said to him the day before.
He came to see you, officially?
He said he wanted to talk to me as a friend and not as a policeman, which meant he wanted to talk to me as a policeman.
Naturally. And what had Mrs. Rhodes said?
She told Cardew that her husband was going to kill her. In the long nights. She repeated this a number of times. Cardew let her go on, then asked her what put such a dreadful thought in her head. I think he was probably a bit too firm with her. In a way, all she did was to start crying. Not hysterically, just quietly to herself. So Cardew offered to help her in any way he could. Asked her again what had given her the idea.
Did she say?
No, she wouldn't speak. Just shook her head. Then got up and went to the door. Shaking her head as if in despair, Cardew said. She turned to him at the door, and he thought she was going to say something. But she didn't. She just left.
How very curious. She seemed very certain that Rhodes was going to do it.
It wasn't Rhodes. It couldn't have been. We found the murder weapon in a ditch 4 miles north of Cairn, the morning after the murder. He couldn't have got it there, could he?
What was it?
18 inches of coaxial cable, 2 inches in diameter. One of my chaps found it. We're keeping it very close, sir.
All right, I'll remember. It is the weapon, I suppose.
Everything fits.
It's odd, isn't it, that the murderer should have carried the weapon so far and then just thrown it in a ditch.
It is odd. Very odd. And I'll tell you 2 things that are even odder. There's a canal running beside the road for half its 4 miles. He could have pitched it anywhere along there. We'd never have been any the wiser. The other thing, Mr. Rhodes used a length of the same stuff in a demonstration lecture on elementary electronics. Mislaid it about 3 weeks ago.
I see. I suppose...
Yes, sir?
Rhodes could have had an accomplice.
He could.
Oh, the papers mentioned a woman you wanted to interview, a Mad Janie.
Oh, it's a nice thought. Mad Janie as an accomplice.
No, I didn't mean that. I just wondered why you wanted to interview her.
Well, Stella Road knew her, see? She was a kindly woman, was Mrs. Road, easy to talk to. I knew her through being Chapel, my wife also. We liked her, most did, although some of the women at Chapel took against her, but, well, you know what women are. Anyway, Mrs. Rhodes sort of befriended this Janie creature, used to give her food and clothes. She is what you would call not all there.
Happily alienated.
Talks to herself and all that. Lives in a disused Norman church over at a place called Pyle, a couple of miles south of Cairn. The oldest village in Dorset, so they claim. It's a rum place. Half a dozen families, all so inbred, you can no more sort them out than a barn full of cats. Well, Mrs. Rhodes used to visit her in her lair there. That upset some people.
Yes, yes. And I suppose Mad Janie has vanished.
Hasn't been seen in her usual haunts since early Wednesday night on the lane towards North Fields. But that don't mean a thing. These people like Janie are all over the neighborhood for years, and one day they're gone like snow in the fire. But we found a spare set of footprints running along the far end of the Rhodes garden. Woman's prints, by the look of them. Could be Janie's. I hope to heaven they are. We could do with an eyewitness, even a mad one. Well, there it all is, sir.
Yes, yes. It's complicated.
Aye.
I'll nose around a bit, Inspector. When I get back to the hotel, I'll give Fielding a ring. He'll probably extend an invitation to dinner. I should like to talk to Fielding.
Sherry wine or Madeira, Smiley?
Thank you. A glass of sherry.
Tarts drink Madeira, but boys like it. Perhaps that's why they're frightful flirts. We're all rather subdued at the moment by this dreadful business.
Oh, how have the boys taken it?
Oh, they adore it. My own house has been particularly fortunate because the Rhodes were dining here that night. Some oaf from the police even wanted to question one of my boys.
Indeed? What on earth about?
Oh, God knows. You knew my brother well, didn't you? He often talked about you.
Yes, I knew Adrian very well. We were close friends.
We didn't see much of one another in later years, Adrian and I. Being a fraud, I can't afford to be seen beside the genuine article.
A message from Mr. Darcy, sir. Oh, hello, sir.
Have you met Mr. Smiley, Tim?
Yes, sir. I ran into him in the Abbey Close this afternoon.
Ran into me literally, but apologized in the most gentlemanly manner and showed me the East Gate.
Ah, I see. And I suppose Mr. Darcy is going to be a few minutes late.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tim.
Good night, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Perkins.
Good night, Tim. Musical genius is Perkins, but a problem in the schoolroom. Darcy won't be more than 5 minutes, I know him. He's a frightful toad. Looks like a Sickert model 50 years after. All trousers and collar.
Oh, what's his subject?
Subjects? I'm afraid we don't have subjects here. Darcy is senior tutor by election and bachelor by profession, if you follow me. His subject is other people's shortcomings. Stella Rhodes, for instance.
Ah. She was somewhat different from most of the wives here, I imagine.
She was everything we're forced to ignore. She was red brick, council estates, new towns, the very antithesis of Cairn.
Yes, yes. Did you like her, Fielding?
I don't know, Smiley. I didn't dislike her. I found her rather touching. But of course she made enemies. She was too honest. And Cairn has no defense against her sort of honesty. Ah, that'll be Darcy. We'll let him have just one glass of sherry, only one. After all, he has kept us waiting.
Terence, if I may talk shop for one moment. Perkins' work has been abysmal these last few days. I declare I have never seen work like it. Is he unwell? Has this terrible business upset him? What is it? He never was bright, but really...
I don't think he's unwell, Felix. I'll have a word with him, if you like. Tim is a sensitive boy. Perhaps he's upset.
Well, do have a little chat to him, Terence, please. I'm so sorry, Smiley, to go off suddenly at such a tangent. It was only that I wondered if this unseemly business could be responsible for the boy's behavior.
Oh, yes. You're not suggesting that my head boy had a hand in the murder of Stella Road, are you, Felix?
Really, Terence, it was the last thing I had in mind. Frankly and in confidence, I have reason to believe it was her past that brought about her death.
Why do you say that?
It appears she was expecting to be attacked.
Well, go on, Felix.
It was her dog. You remember that mongrel they arrived with?
Yes.
A couple of weeks back, Harriman, the vet, a superior type of person, came to see one of my sister's dogs. He told us that Mrs. Rhodes had had the dog destroyed the previous day. She said it had bitten the postman. Though some long and confused story, the post office would sue, the police had been round, and I didn't know what.
Where is all this getting us, my dear Felix?
I'm coming to the point. She said to Harriman that the dog couldn't really protect. It could only warn. It wouldn't do any good.
Wasn't she upset about losing the dog?
Oh, indeed, yes. Tears and all. Harriman was rather perplexed, I gather. Mrs. Rhodes' behavior didn't seem to him at all normal. Another curious fact was the condition of the dog.
Mm-hmm.
It had been maltreated, seriously so. Its back was marked as if from beating.
Did Harriman follow up this remark she made about not doing any good?
He asked her what she meant, but she wouldn't explain. However, I think the explanation is obvious enough.
Oh, what?
My sister and I talked it over after the death. We decided that Stella Road had formed some unsavory association before coming to Caen, which had recently been revived, possibly against her will. Some violent ruffian who would resent the improvement in her station.
No doubt you've seen him lurking in the shrubbery, Felix.
Well,
How badly was the postman bitten by the dog?
but that is the extraordinary thing, the very crux of the story, my dear fellow. The postman hadn't been bitten at all. My sister inquired. The whole story was an absolute string of lies from beginning to end.
Glad you came, Felix. Oh, Smiley, just before you go.
Yes?
That business you rang me about, what was it exactly?
Oh, a letter from Mrs. Rhodes just before she was murdered. The police are handling it, but they don't regard it as significant. She seems to have had a sort of persecution complex.
So it seems, Felix? Well, good night.
Ah, there's been a fresh fall of snow. The long night, Terence, the long night. We can walk up to the crossroad together, Smiley, unless you have a car.
No, I haven't. I mean, not here. Good night, Fielding. Thank you for the evening. You must dine with me if you ever come to London. Do you?
I'll let you know. Good night.
Good night, Terence.
Tell me, Darcy, what are the long nights?
We have a proverb that it always snows at Caen in the long night. That is the traditional term here for the nights of Lent.
It's a beautiful night. Is this Northfield?
Northfields Lane. There are several rugger pitches in these fields. That's Northfield. The Rhodes' house is over to your right. Looks horribly empty even from here. My own house is rather larger and lies farther up the lane.
Was it along here that you found Stanley Road that night?
About a quarter of a mile nearer to my house. He was in a terrible condition, poor fellow. Terrible.
From what you were saying at dinner, it seems the Rhodes were a very ill-assorted couple.
Precisely. If her death had happened in any other way, I would describe it as providential, a blessed release for Rhodes. She was a thoroughly mischievous woman, Smiley, who made it her business to hold her husband up to ridicule. I believe it was intentional, others do not. I do, and I have my reasons. She took a pleasure in deriding her husband.
And Khan, too, no doubt.
Just so.
But was she such a problem? Surely her husband could have spoken to her.
I never encouraged him to do so, I assure you. This is our parting of the ways. You must come to Sherry before you go. Do you stay long?
I doubt it. But I'm sure you have enough worries at the moment.
What do you mean?
Well, the press, the police, and all the attendant fuss.
Yes, just so, quite so. Nevertheless, our community life must continue. I will send a note to the trolley tomorrow. Good night.
Good night. Shall I? Always visit the ground, the scene of the crime. One never knows. Here goes. What's that? The conservatory door swinging. Good God, there's somebody. Or is it a shadow? No. Hello? Who are you?
I thought you was the devil, mister. But you got no wings. But you can't do nothing, mister, 'cause I got this holly for to hold you.
Yes, Jane. That's a very pretty coat you're wearing, Jane.
A pretty blue coat, mister, for to keep me warm. From my darling.
Who is your darling, Jane?
She not be here no more. But she didn't go with the devil, mister. Lay still she did, with not a word.
You saw the devil, Jane?
There's not many seen the devil fly, mister. But Janie seed him. Janie seed him. Silver wings like fishes he done had. Janie saw.
Where did you find that coat, Jane?
Him a bad one. Oh, him a bad one, mister. But I see him flying, riding on the wind. And the moon behind him lighting up the way. Then closer, sisters, moon and devil.
Flying, was he, Jane?
Like this, mister. Like this, riding on the wind. Silver wings, silver.
Oh, damn. Now she won't come back. But she saw something. She saw the devil fly, riding on the wind.
We found her in the old church at Pyle. I'll tell you about that in a minute, Mr. Smiley. She's made a sort of statement. This last part of it reads like a confession, if it reads like anything. Can you understand it?
So I tells my darling, I tells her, you are a naughty creature to go with the devil. But her did not hearken, see, and I took angry with her, but she paid no call. I can't abide them as go with devils in the night, and I told her. She ought to have had holly, mister, there's the truth. But Janie drove the devil on. And there's one will thank me, that's my darling. And I took her jewels for the saints to pretty out the church, and a coat for to keep me warm. The coat? I suppose it is the one.
Yes, we've traced the woman who gave it to Stella Road for the refugees. Janie must have pinched it from the conservatory.
Did you find any, what she calls, jewels?
We found the missing green beads. They were on the altar, on a cross of twigs. The whole place was scarifying. And of course she would go on about the devil, on and on.
The devil flying.
That's it, flying on the wind, his silver wings stretched out behind him. Like a folk song it is.
Do you think she did it?
No. Do you, sir?
No, of course not. It was quite impossible. But I think she saw whoever did it, immediately afterwards. That's driving the devil off. But why flying on the wind? And why should he have silver wings? What are you going to do with her, Inspector?
Hold her for the moment. I think she's better out of the way, just in case.
Yes. The devil must have seen her also.
Are you going to the funeral?
Yes, I think so. And after it, I might try to get a word with Rode on behalf of Miss Fellowship and her paper, if you understand me.
Oh, I see what you mean, sir. Yes, that would be a very useful idea.
So, my dear Brim, although they didn't use the Abbey, poor Stella Road was given a high Anglican service with a congregation of town and gown. I must say, I prefer the town to the gown from what I've seen of things. But I thought to write you this note just to say that Stella's father was there, a fine, upstanding old man. And I had my first glimpse of Stanley Road, a shallow, ordinary face, a short, ordinary body, black, ordinary hair. The odd thing about him was his impassive, almost too easy manner. Another piece of odd behavior. Fielding at the grave, moving away with an expression of strong distaste as Rode came near him, and Rode not noticing. I think, for once, T. Fielding was behaving in a genuine manner, but I can't think why he should give himself away, sir. Afterwards, I spoke to Rode on your behalf, quite without emotion, the man was. Anyway, I'm seeing him tomorrow. He's back at Northfield, to get some details for a small obituary on his wife for your paper. I hope you approve, my dear Brim. very good of you to spare the time to see me, Mr. Road, in the circumstances.
Not at all.
You were married at Branksome, I believe, Mr. Road.
The Branksome Hill Tabernacle. A fine church.
When was that?
12 years ago, last September.
Did Mrs. Road engage in charitable work in Branksome? I know she was very active here.
No, not at Branksome. But a lot here. She had to look after her father at Branksome, you see.
Did she take a large part in the social activities at Carn?
She did a bit, yes. But being chapel, she kept mainly with the chapel people from the town. You should ask Mr. Cardew about that. He's the minister.
But may I say, Mr. Rose, that she took an active part in school affairs as well?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Now, is there any little fact that you would especially like us to include? Anything she herself would like to be remembered by?
No, not really. I can't think of anything. No, you could say her father was a magistrate up north. She was proud of that.
You've been very patient with me, Mr. Road. We're most grateful on The Voice.
I say, you haven't got a car, have you?
No. I mean, I'm afraid I left it in London.
Oh. Never mind. I was only going to suggest we went for a drive, had a chat at the same time. I get a bit fed up kicking around here on my own.
I understand.
Do you? I don't think many do. Understand the loneliness, I mean. They found out all my correcting. What am I supposed to do here all on my own? No teaching, nothing. You think they want to get rid of me?
Oh, I'm sure that isn't so, Mr. Road.
I know they've done it for the best. But it worries me nothing to do. And my correction, well, not being handled as I would. Simon Snow gave one boy of mine in elementary science 61%. The boy's an absolute fool. Perkins is his name, nice enough boy, head of Fielding's house. He'd have been lucky to get 30%. Snow gave him 61. It's impossible, quite impossible.
Yes, it does seem unlikely.
I suppose really I should have moved out of here. The place is getting on my nerves a bit.
This house, you mean?
Yes. Miss Darcy asked me over to their place to stay, you know, but I didn't feel like it somehow. Not yet.
No, of course.
Very good people, the Darcys. Very good indeed. They have a sherry party on tonight. I'd quite like to have gone in a way.
Who haven't you met, Smiley?
Well, the young people in the... Oh, no, they've moved. Oh, there they are, Darcy. Are they the Snows?
Ah, yes, just so. Simon and Anne Snow. Let me introduce you.
Thank you.
I say, Dorothy, is that Smiley your brother's introducing to the Snows?
Yes, that's him. Strange little blighter.
He married Lord Sawley's cousin. Did you know that?
Oh.
Yes, Lady Anne Thurcombe. She left him soon afterwards, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
You don't know Anne Thurcombe. And now I've seen George Smiley, I wonder if it ever happened.
Poor Simon's been having an awful time, Mr. Smiley. Felix Darcy unloaded all Rose's exam corrections onto him.
You mean you have 2 lots of corrections?
Afraid so. It's been a bad week. And rather humiliating in a way. Several of the boys who were up to me for science last half are now in Rhodes form. 1 or 2 I'd regard as practically unteachable. Rhodes seems to have brought them on marvelously.
Yes. He was talking to me about one boy. Perkins.
He should be pleased with Perkins. The boy only got 15% last half. This time it's 61. Quite remarkable. Whatever else they say about Rhodes, he's a good teacher.
Teacher, darling, don't let them hear you use that expression.
Oh, no.
You know, Mr. Smiley, Simon's leaving at the end of this half.
Oh, yes, thank heavens. Back to Oxford, a DPhil and then a university job.
You don't like Carl?
Oh, can you blame me? I like it less than the poor Stella Road did, and that's saying something.
Shane Heck's advancing.
You must be dreadfully important, Mr. Smiley, for Darcy to serve decent sherry. What are you? President of the Royal Academy?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Darcy and I were both dining at Terence Fielding's on Saturday night, and Darcy asked me for a sherry.
I don't think Terence can be coming. He seemed frightfully upset at the funeral yesterday.
Well, it was rather upsetting, don't you think?
Oh, dreadful. Stella Road was such a nice person, I thought, and so unusual. She did such clever things with the same dress. But she had such curious friends.
Mrs. Snow, I've been meaning to talk to you. I want you to take over Stella Road's job on the refugees. The master's very keen on refugees.
No good, Miss Darcy. We're leaving at the end of this half. I thought everyone knew that.
Felix never tells me a thin old dress.
And don't you ask me, Dorothy, darling. You know I'm up to my eyes in all sorts of charity.
Refugee.
Oh, it all started with the Hungarians, collecting for them. Stella Rose was one of the few wives who did anything. She worked very well, right until her death. I went over to North Fields on Friday with that parson man from the Tin Tabernacle and Cardew. Well, to see if there was any refugee stuff to tidy up, and there wasn't a thing out of place. Everything was all packed up and addressed. We just had to send it off.
Oh, that was very efficient.
Well, it was. Now, who the hell can I find to replace her?
Darling Dorothy, never happy unless she's organizing somebody. Mostly poor Felix.
I suppose I could help. After all, Stella Rose was very kind to us, you know, Mr. Smiley.
Yes, yes.
The only Smiley I ever heard of married Lady Anne Thurcombe, a very curious match. I understand he was quite unsuitable. I never did hear what became of Anne. She went to Africa. Or was it India? No, it was America. So tragic. I must go. Charles is looking awfully lonely.
If anybody deserved to be murdered, that's...
Instead, it was Stella. How unjust things are.
You said she was kind to you.
Oh, very.
Yes.
Just one thing. When we moved into a little house in Bread Street, the rain was simply teeming down. We used a firm called Mulligan's. They were absolutely foul. Wanted paying straight away. And I didn't have the checkbook, and Simon was examining for the scholarship. So they even threatened to take the stuff away again.
Yes, fantastic.
Then Stella turned up. I can't think how she even knew we were moving. When she saw what was going on, she just went to the phone and rang Mr. Mulligan himself. I don't know what she said to him, but she made the foreman talk to him afterwards, and there was no more trouble after that. She was terribly happy to help.
Extraordinary story, isn't it? But completely true.
Yes, yes. A sort of magic spell.
I hope you didn't mind my turning up like this out of the blue, George, but the chance came, and I thought I'd like to see Khan.
I can't think how the Christian voice will manage without you for a day, Brimley.
Don't be sarcastic. And anyway, I found a perfectly good young lady to hold the fort, if you can describe the voice as a fort.
Well, it's a description that would fit the Sawley Arms. Take where we are now. They call this the residence lounge.
Yes, it's a rather extraordinary echo of the past, isn't it?
Inefficient, antiquated, and smug. There's a framed tapestry in my room of a Buckinghamshire garden. Even I've forgotten such things once existed. And still do, it seems.
The one in my room is of the wild garden at Sandringham.
Good Lord.
I didn't believe it at first, but it's true.
I'm glad you came today.
Thank you, George. It wasn't road, was it?
No, it was impossible. Rigby is keeping one piece of information very close. I can't tell you what, but it lets Road out. Not that he was ever in, not really.
Have you any idea why Stella Road accused him as she did?
Well, I wrote to you about the minister of the chapel, Cardew, didn't I?
Yes, you wrote out everything very clearly. And as you said, cause and effect just don't go together. No reasonable sequence of events.
No. Stella's obsession with her death in the long night seems to have been, well, unreasonable. There's one thing, though, Brim. Stella wasn't all of a whole. Not by any means.
You mean not a sound, sane, nice Glaston? A pillar of the voice?
There are a number of opposing views about her, in Caen, I mean. Darcy dislikes her, and seems to have very good reasons for doing so, which he keeps to himself.
And there was the dog that didn't bite the... who was it?
Postman. Yes, yes. Well, perhaps she was afraid of someone.
But not her husband.
Not Rose, no. Then at the party this evening, a very nice young couple, the Snows, told me how helpful she was when they moved in the town. Came and saved them when the removal men were being difficult. Rang up the owner of the firm, a Mr. Mulligan. Mulligan spoke to the foreman, and all was sweetness and light.
What did she say to Mulligan?
Well, that the Snows don't know. But Stella Road was of no importance in Caen. If she'd been the master's wife, then it would be understandable that Mulligan would kowtow to her.
So she must have had something on the man.
Yes, yes. Doesn't signify. It only places Stella Road in another light. Now, what was it Felix Darcy said to me? She was a thoroughly mischievous woman. And then he went on to say how she took pleasure in deriding Road, holding him up to ridicule.
Road isn't weeping any tears, is he?
No, he's indifferent. And it's an indifference which can only come from a clear conscience.
About Rhodes' briefcase, George, did he really have to go back to Fielding's for it at that time of night? Was he going to sit up marking the papers until the early hours?
I don't know. Presumably he was, but I don't know. I know one thing, Brim. Not that it has anything to do with the murder.
What's that?
Fielding's head boy, Timothy Perkins, has been cheating in elementary science. Oh, it's obvious. His exam marks were unbelievably high. And the science papers were the ones in Rhodes' case.
You mean the boy may have had a chance to look at them whilst the Rhodes were at Fielding's?
More than likely.
You know, George, if Rhodes hadn't gone back for the briefcase, Stella Rhodes would still be alive.
And whoever murdered her must have known she was alone. Yes.
The Janie woman?
Oh, I'm sure not. But of course, Janie saw somebody or something about the time of the murder. And she stole the beads from the body, like she stole a coat from a refugee parcel. Only that doesn't make sense anymore.
Why not?
Well, at the sherry party this evening, Dorothy Darcy told me that when she went to the Rhodes house on Friday with Cardew to see if there was any refugee stuff to tidy up, everything was packed up, labelled, ready to be sent off.
So Mad Janie couldn't have stolen it, or Janie's coat couldn't have been the one in the parcel.
But it was. Rigby traced it to the woman who gave it to Stella for the refugees. And the police found the matching belt in the conservatory by the body. Now, what did Janie say? I took her jewels for the saints, I did, and a coat for to keep me warm.
But it all contradicts, doesn't it?
Well, unless somebody packed the clothes up after Stella died and before Miss Darcy and Cardew went to the house on Friday. Now, why the devil anyone should do that, I don't know. Good Lord.
What?
Of course. Whoever killed her must have been covered in blood. He would have needed protective clothing, and to get rid of it...
Good heavens. Yes.
You must do something for me tomorrow, Brim, in London, would you?
Of course. I was planning to return tomorrow. Where do you want me to go?
The Public Schools Committee for Refugee Relief.
I'm sorry to be a nuisance, but a friend of mine asked me to make some inquiries about a parcel. My name's Brimley, Miss Brimley. The parcel was from Calm School. It was sent last Friday.
Last Friday? Then it would have arrived yesterday, and with luck, I ought to have entered it.
It wouldn't have been sent away already, Miss...
Just call me Jill. No, I'm miles behind. Calm School. That's posh. Let's see. Oh, and a frightful muddle. But then if we weren't, we wouldn't be the Public Schools Committee for Refugee Relief, would we? Oh, here it is. Calm, parcel post, £27.
Oh, good.
Is your friend at Calm?
Yes.
And I bet she's given something to the collection she didn't mean to give.
How clever of you. Yes, at least she thinks she has. An old dress with a quite expensive brooch on it. It's the brooch, of course.
The Calm parcel should be over here. Sorry, it's a terrible mess, isn't it? Like a mad post office. Parcels from every corner of the country. Every corner that has a public school, that is.
Can we have a quick look inside? I mean, you don't have to get permission or anything.
Oh, don't worry about that. Now, it ought to be here in this pile. Calm's label has C4 on it. My cousin went to Calm. Oh, he's an utter wet. Not he told me. During Ascot week, they all... Oh, just a minute. Hello. Here we are.
Oh, that is clever of you. Let me take it.
Oh, thanks. There we are. I say, Calm was where they had that dreadful murder, wasn't it? They're holding that mad woman, aren't they? Now, let's open it. Funny.
What is, my dear?
Well, normally the Calm parcels are beautifully packed, but it's quite different. I'll take the things out one by one. Awful muddle. What colour dress?
Grey. Grey with a few pink flowers.
Socks. An old duffel. 2 black pullovers. Well, honestly, they must be having a brainstorm. Look at these. A pair of filthy old gloves. Leather, I suppose. Awfully stained, aren't they? And look at these. Rubber overshoes. They're pretty grubby, too. Now, oh, what's this? A plastic cape. Bicycling cape. Ugh. Oh, it's damp and slimy. Miss Brimley?
Yes. Don't worry about me.
You look so pale. But there's no grey dress.
No, my dear. There wouldn't be. These are enough.
I don't understand. This is all mad.
Something very dreadful has happened. I must phone. The police will want to know. Leave the parcel exactly as it is, please.
Is it blood on those things?
Yes. I'm afraid it is.
Tim.
What?
Oh, you did give me a start. And you haven't even put the light on.
I was just going out.
Standing there like a figure in Madame Tussauds.
I'm just on my way to Mrs. Harlow, my music lesson.
I know that, Tim Perkins. I know which evening it is.
Yes, Miss Truebody. Well,
Tim, what is the matter?
I don't think there's anything the matter, Miss Truebody.
Of course there is. Ever since poor Mrs. Rhodes died, you've been going about looking as if you'd seen a ghost. It's not like you. Did it upset you so much?
Mrs. Rhodes? No, it hasn't, really. I was awfully sorry, but, well, I'd only been to tea with her once.
Yes, Tim. I know what you mean. So it's not poor Mrs. Rhodes. What is it?
Nothing. Well, it's only the exams. They've worried me. I'm not sure if I've done it all well or if Mr. Rhodes will see my results. I mean, will you see?
I don't see, Tim.
Let me tell you after my music lesson.
All right. I'll be in my room.
Well, thank you, True. Thanks ever so much.
Mind how you go on that bicycle. And do be careful at the bottom of Longmead Hill. It's awfully slushy down there.
Oh, I'm going as slow as a snail.
Give my regards to Mrs. Harlow.
I will.
Oh, Mr. Smiley, you got my message then?
Message? No, Inspector. I was on my way over already.
Oh, I thought you were quick in arriving. You've heard the news then?
What news?
About the boy in Fielding's house, missing all night.
No, I've heard nothing.
Well, 8:30 last night, Fielding rang us here. Perkins, his head boy, hadn't arrived at a music lesson with a Mrs. Harlow who lives over at Longmead. Neither had he come back. We found him an hour or so later at the bottom of Longmead Hill, half in a ditch, his bicycle beside him. Dead.
Oh, my dear God.
We've closed the road and we've been trying to reconstruct the accident. Looks as though he must have fallen from his bike near the bottom of the hill and hit his head on a stone, his right temple.
How did Fielding take it?
He was very shaken. Just seemed to give up. And then he broke down and asked to be left alone.
How do you mean, broke down?
He cried. Wept like a child. I would never have thought it.
I suppose it was an accident.
I suppose so.
Perhaps, Inspector, before we go any further, I'd better give you my news. That's why I came to see you. I just heard from Miss Brimley. She's been looking at the contents of a parcel.
Yes, they're at the refugee relief place at York Square. No, I'm not sure. I'm only hopeful. Yeah. Yes, fingerprints on all surfaces. Yes. I'll come up with the 4:25 this afternoon. At 8:05. Oh, one last thing. I'll be bringing some samples of a schoolboy's handwriting and an examination paper. Yes. I'd like the opinion of a handwriting expert. Thanks. See you later. Hey, it's a funny sort of jump in the dark, that one of yours about Perkins.
Well, I've no idea yet what it might prove. But that bicycling cape in the parcel looks like the answer to Janie's silver wings in the moonlight.
Someone riding a bike with a plastic cape flying out behind him.
Yes, the devil riding on the wind.
I shall have to let Janie go, I suppose.
I wouldn't, Rigby. Keep her with you, so long as you can possibly manage. No more accidents, for heaven's sake. We've had enough.
Then you don't believe Perkins' death was an accident?
Good Lord, no. And nor do you you?
I put a detective onto it.
This is a clever chap we're up against. Everything devised to the last detail, even the weapon you found where you did. Stella Rhodes' murder was a murder with clues cast to mislead. A murder planned to look unplanned. And somehow poor young Perkins got in the way. Or more likely knew something, without knowing it, if you see what I mean. God knows what. except it was important for the murderer.
All right. I'll keep Janie in.
If you find any fingerprints on the stuff in the parcel, will you have anything local to compare them with?
Well, we got Rhodes, of course, and Janie's.
But not Fielding?
As a matter of fact, we have, from long ago. But nothing to do with this kind of thing.
Oh, it was during the war. His brother told me, up in the north of England. It was hushed up, wasn't it?
Yes. So far as I've heard, only the Darcys know. And the master, of course. Some Air Force boy.
Yes, that was it. Well, I'll be off. Good hunting in London, Inspector.
Are you making any calls or anything, sir?
Well, I was thinking of dropping in at Fielding.
Mr. Fielding's very upset, sir. He told me he didn't want to see anyone, but I've said you're here, sir, and he'll be in shortly. Would you like me to take your coat?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, Rue.
Yes, sir.
Smiley, what do you want?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Fielding, and to offer you my condolences.
Well, goodbye. Thank you for calling. You needn't have bothered, really. You could have sent me a card, couldn't you?
Well, I could have done, yes. But it just seems so very tragic when he was so near success.
What do you mean? What the devil do you mean?
Well, I mean in his work, the improvement. Simon Snow was telling me about it. Amazing, really, the way Rhodes brought him on.
Goodbye, Smiley. Thanks for coming.
Well, not at all. I suppose poor Rhodes must have been bucked with those exam results, too. I mean, it was more or less a matter of life and death for Perkins, passing that exam, wasn't it? He wouldn't have got his removed next half if he'd failed that science paper. You must have helped him wonderfully, both of you, you and Rhodes. Oh, you've heard the latest, I suppose, about that wretched gypsy woman who killed Stella Rhodes. They've decided she's fit to plead. Or just between ourselves, Fielding, I don't believe she did it. Do you? I don't.
No. Khan killed them. It could only happen here. It's the game we play, the exclusion game. Divide and rule. Now, for God's sake, go. You've got what you wanted. Go.
Oh, come on, Fielding. There's a fire here. Now, sit down. Good. Now, listen. If what I think is true, there isn't much time. I want you to tell me about Tim Perkins, about the exam paper. He would have failed, wouldn't he?
Yes. I've had to leave.
The day the Rhodes came to dinner, that day Rhodes left his case in the hall. It was unlocked. But you know that, don't you? Perkins took his chance, and later, when you asked him how he'd done in the exam...
He wept. He wept as only a child can.
And he told you he'd cheated. That he had looked up the answers and copied them onto his paper. And after the murder of Stella Rhodes, he remembered what else he'd seen in the briefcase. Is that right?
No, don't you see? Tim wouldn't have cheated to save his life. He never cheated at all. I cheated for him.
You? But you couldn't copy his handwriting.
It was only formulae and diagrams written with a ballpoint pen, the kind we all use. Don't you see, Smiley, it was easy. His paper was hopeless. He'd only done 2 out of the 7 questions. So I cribbed 5 answers from the science book. It was in the case, too, and wrote them in.
Then it was you who opened the case. You who saw...
Yes, it was me, I tell you, not Tim. He knew nothing.
And when Stella was murdered, you knew who had done it.
Yes, I knew Rhodes had killed her.
Yes. And what exactly was in the case, beside the paper?
A sheet of transparent plastic. It may have been one of those pack-away cape things. An old pair of gloves and a pair of homemade galoshes.
Homemade?
The hack from a pair of Wellington boots, I should think.
Was that all?
No. There was a length of heavy cable, I presume for demonstrating something in his science lesson. It seemed natural enough in winter to carry waterproofs about. Then, after the murder, I realized how he'd done it.
Did you know why he'd done it?
Rhodes was drunk with the pride of Khan. It had gone to his head. It must have hurt him terribly that Stella wouldn't take any part in the power and glory, wouldn't share any of it. The night they came to dinner, the night she died, she upset Rhodes. I never told anyone this, but she did. Rhodes was full of a sermon the master had just given. Hold fast to that which is good. Oh, Rode went on and on about it. He couldn't take too much drink, you know. He wasn't used to it. She kept quiet till he'd finished, then laughed and said, "Poor old Stan. You'll always be Stan to me." I'd never seen anyone so angry as he was then. He went quite pale. I've watched her, too, at meals, at dinner parties, elsewhere as well as here. I watched the way she'd peel an apple. Oh, you know what I mean. Well, she must have seen how people do things here, but it never occurred to her she ought to copy them. I admire that. So do you, I expect, but Khan doesn't. And Rode didn't. And I think he grew to hate her for not conforming. He came to see her as the one factor which would deprive him of a great career. He couldn't divorce her. That would do him more harm than being married to her in the eyes of Khan. Rode knew that. So he killed her. He plotted a squalid murder. With his little scientist's mind, he fabricated clues. But something went wrong. Tim Perkins got 61%. An impossible mark. He must have cheated. And to cheat, he must have opened the briefcase, and then he must have seen the cape, the boots, the gloves, the cable. So Rode killed him, too.
Yes. Thank you, Fielding. I'll have to let Rigby know.
Yes, let the sergeant know. I'll have to face the music about the cheating. I feel much better now, anyway. Much.
I sent a chap round to collect Rode. He should be here any moment. And no arrest, just a chat. Why the hell didn't Fielding tell us about this before?
Oh, that's what I'm wondering. It could be that he didn't understand the significance of what he saw until...
Until what, sir?
Perkins's death, I suppose, Rigby.
And that doesn't add up. The handwriting bloke said they are convinced that the whole exam paper's in the same hand. Is Fielding a liar, then?
Yes. The most accomplished liar I'd come across for a long time.
Rode could have done everything. He could have dressed himself up in a plastic outfit, killed his wife, then put the cape and things in the refugee parcel. Having done that, he plays the part of the distressed husband. The only trouble with that pretty picture is how he made the weapon fly through the air into a ditch 4 miles away. It just doesn't work. And would he have had the courage to go back in there, playing the distressed husband, knowing that mad Janie was about? If he did know.
Were there any fingerprints?
Not a one. And the blood on the gloves and on the length of the cable are of the same blood group, which was Stella Rode.
Nobody knows that you found the weapon, or when you found it.
Nobody outside my squad, and yourself. I think I'd better send someone round to Fielding and get a full statement, lies or not.
May I suggest something, Rigby?
By all means, sir.
Speak to Rode first. Ask him about the briefcase. As an opening, I mean.
And you'll stay, Mr. Smiley?
By all means.
What motive would Fielding have had?
To lie or to kill?
Both.
I wish I really knew.
Well, come in.
Mr. Rode, sir.
Oh, come and sit down, Mr. Rode.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to drag you along like this, but there are just one or two things I'm not clear on. Oh, by the way, you know Mr. Smiley, don't you?
Yes, from the voice. We met the other day.
Mr. Smiley is helping us.
I didn't feel he was really from the voice. You didn't quite smack of the tabernacle, Mr. Smiley. Well, Inspector, how can I help you?
This business of the briefcase with the exam papers in it.
The case I went back for.
Aye.
It was so awful about that boy. A nice boy, but he was very stupid. I suppose he found the case in Fielding's hall and opened it and copied the answers. He could have only got that mark by cheating. I should have locked it, of course.
What else was in the case, Mr. Rode?
What else? Well, only the papers in the book with the questions and answers. Henderson's Elementary Science, it's called. Well, you've seen the case, surely. It's only a little one, about 18 by 12 inches, 6 or 7 inches across.
Well, why did you leave it behind? Was it absent-mindedness?
No, not really. I could have sworn Stella was carrying it as we stood in the hall saying goodbye. It wasn't until we got home that she asked me what I'd done with it.
She asked you what you'd done with it?
Yes. And then she threw a temper and said I expected her to remember everything. I didn't particularly want to go back. I could have rung Fielding and arranged to collect it first thing next morning. But Stella wouldn't hear of it. She made me go.
You should have told me this in the first place, Mr. Rode.
Well, you see, I didn't want to tell anyone about our quarrels. I wanted to keep the truth about Stella to myself. But then...
But what, Mr. Rode?
Well, you must suspect I killed her. And anyway, by now, a lot of people here in Caen know what Stella was really like, the truth about her.
You mean that she was not a very nice woman?
It was her father, old Mr. Glaston, who first told me, when I said I wanted to marry Stella. I never thought to hear a human being talk like that of his own child.
What did he say?
He said she was bad. Bad in her heart, that she was full of malice. He told me how she'd lead people on, all kind and warm, till they told her everything. Then she would hurt them. Say wicked things, half true, half lies. He told me a lot more besides.
Well, go on, please, Mr. Rhodes.
Of course, I didn't believe him. I just thought him a lying, jealous old man who wanted his child to wait on him until he died. So I married Stella.
And when did you discover her father was right about her?
The realization just crept up on me after a year or so, little things here and there, but... No, it wasn't until we came to Caen that I knew what her father had said was really true. She hadn't been very keen on chapel before, but as soon as she got here, she went in for it in a big way. She knew it would look wrong, that it would hurt me. She wasn't sincere. A lot of people at chapel knew that. Mr. Cardew, the minister, knew. He understood why I gave up chapel. I couldn't bear to see her going there every Sunday and going down on her knees. It was all wrong. It was made a fool of your faith. All she wanted to be was different, to spite the school and me by playing the humble one.
My wife and you were at chapel, you know, Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, I know that. But your wife never gossiped. Stella said that. It made her cross, because to begin with, people liked her and they talked to her. She listened. Oh, she loved to listen. And she hoarded away every drop of gossip and dirt. She'd come home sometimes after her chapel work in the evenings and throw off her coat and laugh till I thought she'd gone mad. I've got them. I've got them all, I know, all their little secrets. Those who realized what she knew, they grew to be frightened of her.
Did she have a hold on a man called Mulligan?
Yes. Yes, how did you know that? He's got a daughter with an illegitimate kid near Leamington. Stella found out.
Well, that's how she helped the Snows when they were moving in.
She told me about that. She rang up Mulligan from the Snows and said, "Greetings from Leamington Spa, Mr. Mulligan. We need a little cooperation."
And he cooperated.
But they got her in the end, didn't they? They got their own back.
Yes, they got their own back.
Mad Janie didn't do it, Inspector. No, Janie's as soon have killed her own sister as killed Stella. They were as close as moon and stars. That's what Stella said. She looked after Janie. You see, it gave her a feeling of power to help a creature like Janie and have her fawning around. Not because she was kind, but because she was cruel.
Was she cruel to her dog?
You know about that too, do you? Oh, yes, she often beat it. But one day she beat it until it was... Oh, poor brute. She must have gone mad. Well, I couldn't take that. I took most things. I had to, you understand? I had to, unless I left Caen. But that... I shouted at her. She laughed. And then I hit her. Not hard, but hard enough. I gave her 24 hours to have the dog destroyed, or I'd tell the police. She took it to the vet the next day. I suppose she told him some tale. She could always do that.
She said it had bitten the postman, Mr. Rhodes. Not very original. And she was found out by Miss Darcy.
And the Darcys understood about her. Yes, Felix Darcy. Oh, that was strange. Anyway, after the business of the dog, she took to pretending I was violent, cringing away whenever I came near, holding her arm up as though I was going to hit her again. She even made out I was plotting to murder her. She went and told Mr. Cardew I was. Did you know that?
Yes, sir, we knew that.
She didn't really believe it herself. She'd laugh about it sometimes. Then at other times she'd whine and stroke me, begging me not to kill her in the long nights. It was the words that got her. The long nights. She liked the sound of them, the way an actor does.
You were going to say something about Darcy.
Darcy? Oh, yes. Yes, he knew about Stella, but not because she had anything on him. No, that was something different. She had something special there, something she'd never told me about, you see. There were nights when she'd slip out, all excited, as if going to a party. Quite late sometimes, 11 or 12 o'clock.
You didn't ask her where she was going, Mr. Rhodes?
No, I never did. You see, if I had, she'd have enjoyed not telling me or telling me a lie. I only knew she was going to meet somebody she had on the hook. Darcy must have known who it was. She said he did, but he couldn't tell. She liked that. Well, that was all I ever knew. Have you any idea who killed her? You know I didn't, don't you?
Yes, I think I know that, sir.
But you don't know who killed her. You don't know yet.
I think we know who killed her, Rode. I think we do now.
What the hell do you want with me again, Smiley? I thought you'd gone back to London.
No, I didn't go back after all. Something cropped up. Here, I mean.
You had to do some more of your wretched little spying, did you?
No, not spying, Fielding. Talking. Talking to Rose.
Yes, I heard the police had pulled him in.
Not pulled him in, Fielding. They've just been getting his story.
Oh, thank you for telling me, Smiley. It's most interesting, but you needn't have bothered. I'm not concerned any longer with Rode or any of this dreadful, sordid business. At the end of this half, I leave Khan for good. Wash my hands of the place. Goodbye, Smiley.
The story you told me yesterday, when I came and saw you, about cheating for Tim Perkins, how you took the paper from the case and altered it.
Yes?
It isn't true. They've examined it, and it isn't true. The writing was all one person, the boy's. If anyone cheated, it must have been Tim Perkins himself.
My dear Smiley, you can't expect me to believe that. These policemen are practically moronic. And what does it matter? Tim is dead, isn't he? Rode killed him. Look, Smiley, I've things to do. I have to go to London tomorrow. Do you know why? I'm seeing a headmaster about a job. I've no pension when I leave here, you know. I have to go on working. I shall have to teach at a crammer's, a sort of breaker's yard for old dons. Don't you feel sorry for me? Isn't it a nice sensation to feel pity for an old fake like me?
Of course, it doesn't necessarily signify anything. I mean, you could be protecting the boy, couldn't you? By lying for him, even though he's dead, for his honor, so to speak. Is that the explanation?
I've been playing to an empty house here at Cannes, you know, Smiley. They won't remember me for more than a half or two. What a mess I've made of life. That's all there is to it.
You've got to listen, you know, Fielding. There might have been collusion between you and the boy. A situation where you were moved by the boy's distress when he brought you the papers. And on the spur of the moment, you opened the case and took out his paper and told him what to write.
I told you the truth yesterday. Make what you want of it.
I'm trying to help, Fielding. I beg you to believe me, I'm trying to help. I don't want there to be more trouble than need be, more pain. I want to get it straight before Rigby comes. It matters terribly about the briefcase. Everything hangs on whether you really saw inside it and whether Perkins did. Don't you see that?
Sit down, Smiley. What are you trying to say?
If it was Perkins who cheated after all, if it was only the boy who opened the case and not you, then they'll want to know the answer to a very important question. They'll want to know how you knew what was inside it.
What was inside it? The plastic cape, the gloves, the galoshes, the piece of cable. I saw them. They have to believe that. They were the things, even if that police sergeant hasn't been able to find them.
Oh, don't be so silly, Fielding. Everything's been found. It was all in a refugee parcel. All but one thing.
Well, Rode had every opportunity to do that, put things into one of Stella's parcels afterwards.
Well, let's start from the other end. Suppose it was you who killed Stella Rode. Suppose you had a reason, a terribly good reason. Suppose you went ahead of Rode after giving him the case that night, overtaking him by bicycle. Suppose Janie saw you, like she said, riding on the wind. Then, Fielding, if that were really so, none of those things were ever in the case. You must have made it up, all of it. Of course, later, when the exam results came out, you realized that Perkins had cheated. Then you knew he had seen inside the case, had seen that it contained nothing but the exam papers. And he could have told the police that. That would explain why you had to kill the boy.
I hear you.
Because you did kill him, didn't you? You waited for him at the bottom of that hill. Twice a week he came down it at the same time on his way to his music lesson. You must have stopped him and then hit him with a stone. It looked like an accident. Looked as if he'd fallen off his bicycle. Poor Tim Perkins. That was a terrible thing to do, Fielding. And it nearly broke you, didn't it?
Shut up, for God's sake! Shut up! And why should I have killed Stella Rode? What was the reason you spoke of?
Oh, I think it was like this, but one thing for certain first. When you were convicted, the RAF boy, in the north of England, the magistrate who convicted you was a Mr. Glaston, Stella's father. So she knew about that. It was the sort of information she would hoard and use. Rhoda has told us the truth about her. She was dreadful, wasn't she? Evil, Rhoda called her. Really evil.
Go on, Smiley.
She came and told you what she knew. That was all. But she had you on the hook, as Rhoda calls it. You spoke to Darcy about her. Darcy knew of your conviction, and he suggested you played along with her to discover what she really wanted. So she summoned you to meetings at absurd times and places, in woods and disused churches, at night mostly. And she wanted nothing from you but your will. She made you listen to her boasts and her mad intrigues, made you fawn and cringe. At least, I believe it was like that. Although she also had the power to stop you getting another job, and she tormented you with that. You planned to kill her, Fielding. And then on the night when the case was left behind, you saw your chance, and you took it.
Did I? Did I? And how did I know Rhoda was coming back for the case that night?
It was part of Stella's little game. She left it behind purposely, and she arranged that you were to visit her after Rhoda had collected the case. She made him go back for the case. Then she sat there, waiting for you, Fielding. It was a perfect opportunity. There was only the slight risk that Rhoda might have recalled you riding past him. But bicycles are common in Caen, and with a plastic cape on, you might have been anybody.
Sheer fantasy, Smiley. I saw what was in that briefcase. I told you Rhoda must have done it. Of course, you're quite right about her blackmailing me. But she did many worse things to other people, and not least to Rhoda himself.
They know Rhoda didn't do it, Fielding. The point was that she could have stopped you getting any job in any school. And I think she would have done. Or if she'd let you obtain a job, then she would have still had you on the hook.
How do they know Rhoda didn't do it? How can they know? He's got no alibi.
Why should he have made all the bother with the case? Why didn't he keep the case with him all the time? To do what he did do with it doesn't make sense. But never mind. If he did leave the case behind, so he had a chance to put on his killing outfit without hurry, without Stella suspecting, then he did have a sort of alibi. But actions like that don't make sense, Fielding.
Why not? How do you know? How do you know it wasn't Rhoda?
I'll tell you. 5 minutes after discovering the body, Rhoda was with Darcy. From then on, for the next 48 hours, he was under constant supervision. Perhaps you didn't know this, Fielding, but next morning the police found the murder weapon where you dropped it that night, 4 miles down the road in a ditch. Rhoda couldn't have got it there, could he? In 5 minutes.
No, of course not. Bad mistake, wasn't it, Smiley?
Well, why didn't you throw the cable in the canal, where it would never have been found? Did you so much want to incriminate Rhoda?
It would have been poetic justice. It was Rhoda who brought the frightful woman here to Caen because he nursed a miserable little ambition. He wanted to be one of us, the stupid oaf. So he let her loose on Caen and on me in particular. Didn't he guess what she was up to, what she was really like?
Rhoda knew. He knew all there was to know about her. He suffered because of her, but he never murdered her.
No, I did that. She got her just deserts. And you know, Smiley, if I hadn't done it, somebody else would, sooner or later. She'd have tormented some other poor devil. That's what she liked about it, of course. I rang the bell that night, and she came to the door, full of herself, ready to put me through her catechism. And then she saw that I was going to kill her. For a moment, she showed fear, for a fraction of a second only. She made a mouth as if to scream, but she didn't utter a sound. Then, just as I was about to strike her down, she looked up at me, and there was no surprise in her eyes. I never thought I would make a murderer, you know, Smiley. Perhaps Stella Rhoda would have made one out of any man. I imagine Rigby is on his way?
Yes, he should be here soon.
How very civilized this all is. I suppose she'd have let me get the job at that awful Crammer's just to keep tracks on me. She'd never have let go of me. She loathed me and everything I stood for too much to let me slip out of her life. Oh, those meetings, I can't describe them. It wouldn't be decent. But I shall never forget them. And I shall have plenty of opportunity to remember them, shan't I? Could you have stood her treatment, Smiley? Surely it was as bad as any treatment by a secret police. The sudden grab, the smooth release, and then the sudden grab again. No end to it. Don't you see I had to kill her?
No, Fielding, no. Because I think of what followed. Tim Perky. How old was he? 17. And he cheated probably for the first time in his life. And paid for it with his life.
I try to forget that. To kill the thing you love. God help me. And now True will answer the door and say, "Good evening, Mr. Rigby. What can I do for you?"
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rigby. What can I do for you at this time of evening?
Mr. Fielding, please, Miss Truebody.
I think he has somebody with him, a Mr. Smiley.
Yes, I know. Is this the door?
Yes,
Good evening, Inspector.
I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Fielding, on the charge of murdering Mr. Stella Road on the night of February the 16th.
I know, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Fielding, you can't let them say such things.
Poor True. The Inspector's quite right. On the night of the 16th, I killed Stella Road.
No, you're just saying that, Mr. Fielding. You couldn't murder anybody, not you, Mr. Fielding.
I never thought I could either, True, but she made me a murderer, you know. Oh. And then I had to go on.
Go on? I don't understand. Oh, no. No, not Tim, not Tim. You loved him. I saw him off that night. I told him to be careful.
Come on, for heaven's sake, let's get this over with.
I must warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence.
It always has been, Inspector. Goodbye, Smiley. I'm sorry I'm not a patch on my brother.
Goodbye, Fielding.
You know, they'll never be able to live this down at Caen. Things will never be quite the same again here. That is something to be remembered by, isn't it? Quite something.
Patrick Barr played Fielding, and David Bird, George Smiley, in Frederick Bradnam's adaptation of A Murder of Quality, the novel by John le Carre. Peter Williams played Inspector Rigby, and Joan Sanderson, Miss Brimley. Michael Spice was Rose, Pauline Letts, Miss Truebody, Brian Hewlett, Perkins, Dennis Hawthorne, Darcy, Delia Payton, Dorothy Darcy, Maureen Beck, Mad Jady, Elizabeth Cassie, Jill, Claire Davenport and Edward Dewsbury, Shane and Charles Hecht, and Jill Carey and John Pullen, Anne and Simon Snow. A Murder of Quality was produced by David Geary.
This episode of Sexton Blake Detective was broadcast on the 2nd of November 1967. It is called Eight Swords. During 1967, this popular series of Sexton Blake radio adventures starred William Franklin as Blake, David Gregory as Tinker, and Heather Chasen as Blake's secretary, Paula Dane. Broadcast on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. This series of 17 programs, which ran weekly from 24 August to the 14th of December, was scripted by Donald Stewart, devised for radio by Philip Ridgway, and produced by veteran radio producer Alistair Scott Johnston.
The history of crime detection has produced no more famous name than that of Sexton Blake. We present William Franklin as Sexton Blake, with David Gregory as his assistant Tinker and Heather Chasen as his secretary Paula Dane, in a series of case histories by Donald Stewart. Today's episode is called The Eight Swords.
Tinker, where's Paula?
She hasn't come back yet, Governor.
How long, for heaven's sake, does it take to get her hair done?
Well, not usually as long as this.
If she had a short back and size, you wouldn't need to go so often. Where does she go, do you know?
Well, that place in Beer Street, Maison Francois.
Ring him up and find out what's happened. It can't take all this time. Sexton Blake speaking. Paula, where the hell have you been? What? Who was she? I see. Well, that's understandable in the circumstances. Look here, I'll come round. Yes, at once. Be with you in a few minutes. We're going round to Maison Francois.
What's all the excitement about?
Virginia Kay died in the salon.
What, a film star?
Yes.
What was it, heart attack?
It doesn't seem to be very clear. The police are detaining everybody, including Paula.
The police?
Death and the law. Come on, we better go and find out what it's all about.
It's shattering, completely shattering. My nerves are simply screaming. Why did this woman have to die in my salon?
Or perhaps she didn't have any choice.
Think of the publicity. And there's actually a journalist here, Miss Alison Lane of the Chronicle. She was in the next cubicle.
I suppose there are no details yet.
Apparently she was poisoned.
It's incredible, absolutely incredible.
Who sent for the police?
The doctor. He called a constable who got in touch with the police station. They sent an inspector. Then nobody was allowed to leave.
Oh, that's the inspector over there, isn't it?
Yes, the one talking to the doctor.
Oh, look who's just come in.
Chief Detective Inspector Coots.
You must think it's something pretty big to have dragged him in.
Blake.
How did you get here?
Paula, she was having a hairdo when it happened.
Well, what did happen yet? AC shot me along to find out. Just said Virginia Kay had died from poison.
Was that a chief inspector?
Oh, film stars are VIPs.
I simply must sit down. I feel drained, absolutely drained.
You the proprietor, sir?
I'm so dreadfully upset I hardly know what I am. I'm going to my office. I really must be alone for a moment.
I shall want to see you, sir, after I've had a word with Inspector Martin.
Oh, dear, must you? I suppose you must. I feel so fragile.
No need to keep Paula here, is there, Coates?
No, of course not. Excuse me. Must see Martin.
Take Paula back to Berkeley Square, Tinker.
Oh, well, aren't you coming?
No, I think I'll hang on for a bit. I'm curious.
Well, I call that mean.
You'd better both have some tea on the way.
Oh, yes. There's that marvellous place in Piccadilly where they make those gorgeous eclairs.
Don't let her eat too many, Tinker.
I'll see she doesn't have more than one, Governor.
Oh. It's Mr. Sexton Blake, isn't it? I'm Alison Lane of the Chronicle.
You do the woman's page, don't you?
Oh, don't tell me you read it, Mr. Blake.
I get a précis from my secretary. Did you know Virginia Kay?
I did.
You didn't like her?
That'll be putting it mildly.
Oh, Blake.
Here comes the law.
This is Inspector Martin.
Glad to meet you, sir.
Can I phone my paper, Inspector?
Afraid not. No statement for the press yet. Now, while my sergeant deals with these women, I'll see Mr. Francois and get his statement. Like to come, Blake?
If I'm not in the way.
Oh, glad to have you. Detective Sergeant Hassett will want your statement with the rest, Miss Lane. Come on, Blake.
I don't know any of the details.
I don't know much myself. This woman, Virginia Kay, was found dead in one of the cubicles. What was the name of the girl who found her, Martin?
Lucille Cartier, sir. She's one of the assistants here.
We'll see her after Francois. Where is she?
In the staff room. She had a bit of a shock.
Not surprising. Here's the office.
Oh, dear. Just a moment, please. I suppose you'd better come in. I'm simply a mass of nerves.
We won't worry you more than we can help, sir. I'd like your account of what happened.
It was a ghastly experience, simply ghastly. I nearly swooned when Lucille called me into the cubicle.
Miss Kay was dead?
Well, of course, I wasn't sure. But her face was quite blue, a dreadful purplish blue. I sent for a doctor at once.
He diagnosed death from cyanide poisoning.
A most abrupt, unsympathetic man.
Virginia Kay was a regular customer?
Oh, no. This was only her second appointment.
Why was she alone in the cubicle?
She'd had a shampoo. She was under the dryer, waiting to be dressed out.
Did you do the shampoo, sir?
Good gracious, no. I always leave shampoos and sets to my assistants. I only do actual styling. I'm a creative artist.
Quiet. Will you fetch the girl who found the dead woman, Inspector Martin, please?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else you can tell us, Mr. Francois?
I can't tell you anything. It's quite incomprehensible to me.
Is it known how the cyanide was taken or administered?
The doctor thinks it was in a cup of tea.
All my clients are given a cup of tea in the afternoon.
Who makes it?
An apprentice, usually. We have two. My assistants are always far too busy.
Here's the young lady, sir.
Sit down, Miss Cartier. Give her a chair, Martin.
Of course, sir.
Now, just tell us what happened.
I gave Miss Kay a shampoo and put her under the dryer. Then I left her while I combed out another client.
Was she quite normal? I mean, did she seem depressed or worried at all?
I didn't notice anything. I'd only seen her once before.
I see. Go on, Miss Cartier.
When I came back to her, about 20 minutes later, she looked dreadful. Such a strange colour. She didn't answer when I spoke to her. I thought she'd had a fit or something. I called Monsieur Francois.
Where was the cup of tea?
On the edge of the basin.
Within her reach?
Yes.
She drunk the tea?
Not all of it. The cup was nearly half full.
We've got it, sir, for analysis. There was something else, wasn't there, miss?
You mean the card? Yes, that was on the floor.
I'd like you to look at this, Blake. Maybe you can tell us what it is. Never seen anything like it before.
I don't suppose you have, Coots. A picture of 8 swords arranged in the form of a star with a wavy blue line bisecting the figure.
Well, what is it?
The 8 of swords, part of a pack of tarot cards.
Tarot cards? What are they? A game?
Hardly a game. The tarot consists of a pack of 78 cards, some of them rather grim and horrible. 22 are called major arcana and 56 minor arcana. The minor arcana are divided into 4 series, like the clubs, diamonds, hearts, and spades of ordinary playing cards. But in the tarot pack, they're called
rods, cups, pence, and swords.
You know all about it, Monsieur Francois. Interesting. Knowledge of the tarot pack is quite rare.
What's it used for?
A kind of glorified fortune-telling, but there's much more to it than that. It figures prominently in a number of magical rites.
Well, never mind all that, Blake. Does this particular card mean anything?
2 swords on the waterline, 3 above, 3 below. What would you say it meant, Monsieur Francois?
Well, really, you know, I couldn't say.
Oh, I think you could, if you wanted to.
I always think that kind of thing is so much better left alone.
Do you know what this sort of thing means, Blake?
In the language of the tarot, it means condemning justice. In modern vernacular, you've got what was coming to you.
But it's very confusing, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing to show whether it was suicide or murder.
But would even a film star go to a hairdresser to commit suicide?
Was the cyanide in the tea?
Yes, quite a large quantity.
She could have put it in herself.
I suppose she could.
But you don't think she did?
Cyanide's a very quick-acting poison. Its effect is practically instantaneous.
Well, then?
The cup, still half full of tea, was found on the marble surround of the basin. I doubt if she could have put it there, certainly not without spilling it. I'm almost sure she'd have dropped it.
Which means that somebody must have been with her when she drank it.
That does seem to be the obvious conclusion.
Then it must have been murder.
Not necessarily.
Well, I don't get it, Governor. If the poison acted at once and there was somebody there, they must have seen she was ill. Why didn't they give the alarm?
Perhaps they were scared in case they might be blamed.
Who took the tea into her?
Nobody seems to know.
Wasn't it the same person who took the tea into the others?
Well, apparently not. That was a girl named Molly, an apprentice. She made the tea and took it round on a trolley, 1 cup for each customer. Sometimes the customer's in the middle of a tricky bit and the tea's left on the trolley to the convenient moment. And then, of course, somebody else takes it in when they're ready.
But nobody's admitted doing it.
No.
Oh, well, it's not our pigeon anyway, Gov.
Oh, you must be joking.
It interests me. That tarot card makes it unique.
See what I mean?
I might have guessed. Look here, Governor, what about all our other work? We got 3 separate inquiries already.
I will fit them all in, don't worry.
Oh, I can see myself being reduced to skin and bone.
Not after those eclairs. You gobbled 3 while I wasn't looking.
Well, you shouldn't have been watching that blonde in the miniskirt.
Miniskirt? Huh. That one was practically minus.
I'll take it. Sexton Blake. Oh, hello, Coots. How's it going? Was she? Did you find any? I see. That complicates things, doesn't it? It means that anybody could have poisoned her. It's no longer confined to someone who was in the salon, is it? Yes, do that. I'm going out, but I shall be back before 10. You can have a nice stiff scotch to cheer you up. Bye for now. Virginia Kay was a diabetic. She didn't take sugar. She used saccharin. They found a little box of tablets in her handbag. Coots is getting them analyzed.
You mean somebody could have substituted cyanide for the saccharin?
Somebody who wasn't even near Maison Francois this afternoon. But there's a lot against that theory. It doesn't explain that tarot card.
Well, that might have belonged to Virginia Kay herself.
It hardly seems likely that she'd carry one tarot card about with her. You'd better go home, Paul, and get a good rest. You won't have much tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be one of those days, is it?
Yes, I think it will be.
I think I was right about the skin and bone. And what are you going to do, Mr. Blake?
For the moment, I'm going to see Alison Lane. She didn't like the dead woman. I'd like to know why.
Well, I don't know who that's likely to be. You'd better go into the bedroom. Yes. Oh, Mr. Blake.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Lane. Perhaps you could spare me a few moments.
Oh, I'm very tired.
I won't keep you long.
You'd better come in, I suppose. If it's about Virginia Kay, I'm afraid I can't help you.
Oh, I'm sure you can tell me what I want to know, Miss Lane.
Assistant, aren't you? All right, come into the sitting room.
Thank you.
You like a drink?
No, thanks.
Won't mind if I have one.
Carry on.
Been quite a day. Now, what is it you're so sure I can tell you?
What Virginia Kay was really like. Not the public image, the real one.
You want me to be candid?
That's what I came for.
Undiluted bitch is the best description I can give you.
I see. How long had you known her?
Oh, since she was a hat-check girl at the Golden Fleece Club.
That's been closed for a good many years now.
She wasn't a chicken, you know, getting on for 40. The same as I am.
Kay wasn't her real name, of course.
She collected several. She was married 4 times. She started life as Ellen Gregg.
You've got to hand it to her. She pulled herself out of the rut.
She blackmailed herself out of it, you mean?
How?
It's not very difficult if you're ruthless enough. When she wanted something, she got it, and she didn't care how. With her looks and figure, it was easy.
Men.
There was an elderly businessman who used to come to the club. He went into a flat spin about her. He had a wife and 2 grown-up sons.
She threatened to tell the family.
That was her first success. Got her out of the Golden Fleece. The next episode was worse. He was something in the government. Also married. Had a daughter. He committed suicide rather than face a scandal.
Virginia Kay's name wasn't mentioned.
She wasn't Virginia Kay then, you know.
Her first marriage was to an American who was over here, a small-time film director. That got her to Hollywood. She divorced him, married poor Henty, the screenwriter. He pushed her into one of his films, and she blossomed into a star. She had talent, told us all.
Poor Henty. He was killed in an accident, wasn't he?
Car crash. It served his purpose. 3 months after his death, she married Richard Walters, the star of her latest picture. It didn't last long. Her type was on the way out, so she came to England.
Who was her fourth husband?
A man named John Saville. She was still married to him when she died. That's about all, Mr. Blake.
Fairly comprehensive.
Part of my job is to keep tabs on people who are news.
Had you any personal reason for disliking the dead woman, Miss Lane?
I just dislike that type. Now, Mr. Blake, I'm really very tired.
Oh, yes, of course. Just 2 more questions. Do you know what the tarot is?
Virginia Kay could have told you all about that.
Could she? That's interesting.
What's the other question?
Do you know John Saville?
I have met him.
What sort of man is he?
That is 3 questions. I thought he was quite nice.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Well, I won't bother you any more.
Have the police any idea how it happened?
Well, I don't think they've completed their preliminary investigations yet. Well, good night, Miss Lane, and thanks for your help.
Good night, Mr. Blake. All right, John. He's gone. You can come out now.
Here you are, Coots. Sink that and relax.
Thanks. Oh, that's good. It's not hard to get to bed.
Cigar?
Oh, thank you. First time I've had a chance to sit down.
Now, what's the latest?
Clean bill for those saccharine tablets.
No trace of cyanide?
Not the smell of it. Must have been somebody in the salon. Enough in the remains of the tea to kill a dozen people.
You haven't found out who gave it to her?
No. Unless it was that apprentice girl, Molly Peters. She swears blind she left it on the trolley.
What about Lucille Cartier?
She denies even seeing the tea on the trolley. She was busy with another customer.
Somebody gave that tea to Virginia Kay. I'd like to know how they distinguished between the people who took sugar and those who didn't.
That point struck me. Simple explanation. Tea with sugar had spoons in the saucer.
Of course. There was no spoon in the dead woman's saucer. I noted that. Alison Lane was in the next cubicle to Kay. Who gave her tea?
She didn't have any.
Why?
She said she didn't want any.
Then there should have been 2 cups of tea on that trolley. One for Alison Lane and one for Virginia Kay. Did you check on that?
Yes. Nobody seems to be certain about it. That card, the sword thing, came from a pack belonging to the dead woman.
You sure of that?
Her housekeeper recognized it. Says she used to sit for hours praying a kind of patience and telling her fortune. That card was missing from the pack when we looked.
So Virginia Kay took it to the salon herself.
Well, she must have done. Her name was Saville, you know.
Did you see her husband?
Yes. Quiet sort of chap. Didn't live with his wife. Got a service flat in Jermyn Street. They didn't hit it off, from what I can gather.
What's he do for a living?
Writes. Published a couple of novels. Not very successful.
Does he inherit the Kay money?
Don't know yet. Haven't had time to go into it. Got an appointment with the solicitors in the morning.
And what about all the other people who are in the salon?
On the face of it, nothing to connect them with Virginia Kay at all. We'll go into their histories more deeply, of course. Trouble is, Blake, we can't be certain that it wasn't suicide.
There's always the possibility, of course.
Doesn't seem to be a vestige of a motive of either suicide or murder. Oh, well, I better be off. Got to be at the yard early. Must snatch a few hours of sleep. Thanks for the hospitality.
If I get any ideas, I'll be in touch.
Do. Night, Blake.
Good night.
Hello, Paula. Going out? You've only just got here.
And what's more, I won't be back for a month.
What?
Take a look at this list and you'll see what I mean.
Oh, I say. Did the governor give you all this lot?
He did. I found it on my desk when I came in.
Yeah, you left very early this morning before I got up.
Well, I'm glad to hear that someone else in the firm is doing a little work.
Well, the governor said you were going to have a busy day.
That is the understatement of the year. How on earth does he expect me to cram all this into one day?
Oh, I'm sure you'll manage it somehow. You always do.
Flogging a willing horse, that's what it is. Lucky for him, I don't belong to a union.
You're wasting an awful lot of time chattering.
All right, I'm going. Oh, where's my bag?
Oh, over there. Good luck.
I shall need it. The things a girl has to do to earn a living.
Well, I'll tell the governor you're going to resign.
You won't need to. By the time I get through this list, I shall be drawing my pension.
Mr. Saxon Blake's residence? No, he isn't in. This is his assistant speaking. Can I take a message? Well, who is that? Well, can't you leave your name? Oh, I see. Odd. Oh, now who's that?
Good morning. Can I see Mr. Sexton Blake?
Oh, I'm afraid the governor isn't in at the moment.
Will he be long, do you think? It's about the death of Miss Virginia Kay. My name is Saville. John Saville.
Sorry I missed him, Tinker. Rather funny, really. I called at his flat.
Well, he's coming back, Governor. Seemed very anxious to see you. Virginia Kay's husband, isn't he?
Was, yes. He gets all the money, and it's quite a bit. I've seen her solicitors. Lucky for Saville, she refused to divorce him. Wouldn't have got the money if she had. She hadn't made a will.
So he gets the boodle automatically?
As next of kin, yes. It's a funny thing. She just used men for her own ends all her life, but apparently she was genuinely in love with Saville.
But it didn't work out?
No.
That'd be a motive for suicide. Well, if he wanted a divorce.
I don't think it was suicide, Tinker. Virginia Kay wasn't the type. She was a fighter. Perhaps not a fair fighter, but a fighter.
Well, what was the trouble? Another woman?
Yes, Alison Lane.
The journalist? Well, she was at the salon.
In the next cubicle, too.
Well, there you are. Motive, opportunity, the lot.
I've told you before not to jump to conclusions.
Well, see, it's pretty obvious to me, Governor. Well, how'd you get onto this affair between Alison Lane and Saville?
Splash Kirby. There isn't much you can keep secret from Fleet Street, particularly since Alison Lane works there.
Oh, I bet old Coots is onto it like a homing pigeon. Oh, that reminds me. There was a strange telephone call for you.
How was it strange?
Well, some woman rang up. She wanted to speak to you. She wouldn't leave a message or her name.
And when was this?
Well, just before Saville turned up.
What does she sound like? Young?
Well, young, a bit incoherent and rather scared.
Scared? Did she say she'd ring again?
No, I thought she sounded relieved that you weren't here. As if she'd screwed up enough courage to ring at all. Well, that could be Saville.
If it is, show him in.
Mr. Blake in yet?
Yes, will you come in, Mr. Saville?
Thank you.
The governor's in here.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Saville. I'm glad you called. I rather wanted to see you.
About this dreadful business of my wife's death, Mr. Blake.
Yes. That's what you wanted to see me about, isn't it?
I'm afraid it's nothing very helpful, Mr. Blake. The whole thing is a complete mystery to me.
How did you know I was connected with it? Did Miss Lane tell you?
Actually, I was at Miss Lane's flat when you called last night.
I see. I wonder who'd used the other glass.
The other glass?
On the small table by the settee. Miss Lane would hardly be using two small glasses for herself, would she?
I went round to see Miss Lane about Virginia. She was in that hairdressing place when it happened.
And you thought it was better to keep out of the way when I arrived?
I didn't want to give a wrong impression. My presence might have suggested that there was, well, an affair going on between us.
Wasn't there?
No, Mr. Blake, there was not.
But you were anxious for your wife to divorce you. Wasn't that because of Miss Lane?
I wanted to marry Alison. That's quite different from having an affair with her.
Did your wife know that you wanted to marry Miss Lane?
Yes.
But she wouldn't divorce you?
No. She said I was her husband and I was going to stay her husband, whether I liked it or not.
And why did you marry her, Mr. Saville?
I suppose I was infatuated. Perhaps it was conceit. She was famous and very beautiful. There were loads of men after her. It appealed to my vanity that she was obviously attracted to me.
I understand that she was very deeply in love with you.
I doubt that. Virginia was extremely emotional, but I don't think she felt anything deeply. But she hated letting go of losing anything that belonged to her. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
I think I do.
She was very possessive. One had to live her way. Well, she wasn't mean, not as regards money, but she was mean in other ways. I dislike having to say all this, but it's essential. I had no life of my own, Mr. Blake. That's why I had to leave her. I was being stifled.
And you'd fallen in love with Miss Lane?
No, I hadn't met Miss Lane then. I wanted to be free, to be able to do as I liked, not to have my life arranged for me.
You'll be able to do anything you want now, Mr. Saville. Your wife was a very rich woman.
I have no intention of touching a penny of her money, Mr. Blake.
Does Miss Lane know this?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Have you told Miss Lane of your intentions?
Not yet. I only knew this morning that this money would come to me. I'm sure that Alison will agree with me.
Women don't always see these things in the same way. And tell me, after you'd left your wife, did you often see her? I mean, were you still more or less on friendly terms?
I wouldn't call them exactly friendly. She did her utmost to get me to go back.
Did she blame Miss Lane because you wouldn't?
It wasn't Miss Lane's fault at all. If I'd never met Alison, it would have been the same.
But your wife didn't believe that?
No, she didn't understand at all.
Why did you come to see me, Mr. Saville?
Well, I'm worried. If the police get hold of all this... Alison was there, you see, at the time.
And you're afraid they'll think she poisoned your wife?
It's quite ridiculous. Of course, Alison wouldn't harm anyone.
What do you expect me to do?
Well, find out what really happened. Did Virginia take that stuff herself?
Do you think she did?
I don't know what to think. I can't imagine her doing it, but if she didn't, who did give it to her?
Are you quite sure you want to know?
What do you mean? You can't mean that Alison...
You admitted just now that that was what was worrying you, Mr. Saville.
Well, not that she did it, only that the police might think she did. That's why I'm asking you to find out the truth.
At the moment, there are only two people known to have had a motive. Miss Lane and you.
Me? But I was near the place that afternoon. How could
Miss Lane was. It could be thought that you'd planned it together.
Well, I'm back.
How'd you get on, Paula?
Oh, sit down. I'm a mere shadow of my former self.
Oh, I can't see any difference.
Your finer perceptions must have become blunted. Well, where's Mr. Blake? Don't tell me he's out.
Oh, he's in the lab. I'll give him a buzz.
Oh, you needn't bother. He's coming now.
Hello, Paula. I thought I heard you come in. Tired?
Exhausted.
Let's hear what you've got.
Well, you're going to get a surprise. I think I've got the answer. First of all, I checked up on Virginia Kay. She was all you said she was in those notes you left behind, and a bit more. A really nasty bit of work. My sympathies are all with the person who poisoned that tea.
Come to the point.
Now, the man who committed suicide, the one in the government, had a wife and a daughter. The wife's dead, but the daughter is Lucille Cartier.
The girl who works in the salon.
Her real name is Lucy Hardcastle. She called herself Lucille Cartier because when she became a hairdresser, it sounded more, French, you know.
Well, that settles it. She had the motive.
And the opportunity.
You've done extremely well, Paula.
Thank you.
Lucille Cartier would have finished at Maison Francois now, wouldn't she?
Oh, yes, I'll be closed by now.
Get the car, Tinker. We'll go to her flat. I've got the address. It's somewhere in Kensington.
Oh, but don't you want to hear about the rest of my
Later.
efforts?
We'll deal with this first. You can go home now and wallow in a hot bath.
Thank you. I think you might have chosen a nicer way of putting it.
Oh, I didn't expect anyone, Mr. Blake. It is Mr. Blake, isn't it?
It is, Miss Hardcastle.
You know.
We could talk more easily inside, don't you think?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. It's only a flatlet. Just this room and a little kitchenette and bathroom.
I don't mind if you don't.
Please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
How did you know my name is Hardcastle?
Does that matter? It is, isn't it? Your father was Gregory Hardcastle.
I was afraid that might come out.
And show that you had a motive for killing Virginia Kay.
Yes, but I didn't kill her.
You hated her because she was responsible for the death of your father. That's right, isn't it?
Not quite. I used to hate her, but it sort of faded.
Didn't it revive when she came to the salon?
No, not really. It was a shock to have her there under my hands. No, the hatred had gone. It was only dislike.
She wasn't a regular client of Maison Francois, was she?
No, it was only her second visit.
Miss Hardcastle, what are you keeping back?
Keeping back?
You haven't told us everything you know about that afternoon, have you?
I was going to tell you. I rang up to tell you, but you were out.
Oh, that was you, was it? Why didn't you ring again?
I was afraid. I forced myself to ring the first time. It seemed as if I wasn't meant to tell you.
To tell me what?
I can't tell you anymore. I can't.
You prefer to let me think that you poisoned Virginia Kay?
No, I didn't. I swear to you I didn't, but...
Go on. You might as well tell me everything.
I gave her the tea.
You did?
I came to comb her out. The tea was on the trolley. I took it into her. She was looking at that card and smiling. She drank some of the tea. Oh, it was horrible. Horrible. She choked and her face went all contorted. She'd have dropped the cup if I hadn't taken it and put it on the basin.
You actually saw her die?
Yes. I didn't know she was dead. I went for Mr. Francois. I told him I'd found her like
You were afraid to say you'd given her the tea in case you were suspected?
Yes.
But when you went to fetch Francois, you didn't know she'd been poisoned?
I didn't know, but I guessed that there must have been something wrong with the tea. Don't you understand? She'd been the cause of my father committing suicide.
Yes, I can see your point, but I wish you'd told the truth at the beginning. Was Virginia Kay under the dryer when you gave her the tea?
Not properly. She'd pushed it up.
Had she? Oh, thank you, Miss Hardcastle.
Are you telling me, Blake, that it was an accident?
It was an accident that Virginia Kay died. The poison was intended for Alison Lane.
Alison Lane?
Yes, Virginia Kay was determined to get her husband back. She was madly in love with him in her own peculiar way. She believed that if Alison Lane were out of the way, she'd get him back, so she hatched her little plot.
I still don't understand, Blake.
Oh, well, it's quite simple. She knew that Alison was a client of Maison Francois. She'd heard from a friend that tea was served to all customers during the afternoon. She booked an appointment to see exactly how it was served. That was her first appointment. On her second appointment, she knew Alison Lane would be there, and she put her plan into action.
You mean she slipped out of her cubicle and put cyanide in the tea intended for Miss Lane?
In the cup she thought was intended for Miss Lane. She didn't know that Alison Lane had told that apprentice Molly that she didn't want the tea that afternoon.
So she actually poisoned her own tea. But there were 2 cups on the trolley. How did she know which one was Alison's?
There was a spoon in the saucer for those who took sugar. Remember? Her own tea had no spoon.
What happened to the other cup of tea, Governor? The one Virginia Kay should have had.
Your luck stepped in, or bad luck, depending on the way you look at it. Molly was a cup of tea short that day, and it was for a client who didn't take sugar.
So she took the cup that was intended for Virginia Kay and gave it to this other person.
Exactly, leaving the poison tea on the trolley.
Which Lucille took into Virginia Kay.
Why the devil didn't Molly say she'd taken a cup of tea off the trolley?
For the same reason that Lucille held out on us. She was scared. You ought to know, Coots, that witnesses are always hiding something. Sometimes quite unintentionally.
You're quite right there. What about that card, the 8 swords? How does that come into it?
I think Virginia Kay read the tarot for Alison Lane's fortune, and the 8 of swords covered her.
You've got what's coming to you. Only it was a Virginia Kay who got it. If Molly pinched the cup of tea without the spoon in the saucer, what happened to the spoon in Virginia Kay's saucer, Guff?
Oh, I've just remembered.
What?
Well, there was a spoon on the floor of the salon, and... Well, I picked it up while all the excitement was going on and put it on a window ledge.
Paula, do remember, you're supposed to be on our side.
That story in our Sexton Blake series was called The 8 Swords and was written by Donald Stewart. William Franklin was Sexton Blake, David Gregory, Tinker, and Heather Chasen, Paula. Monsieur Francois was played by Eric Sutton. Detective Chief Inspector Coots by Wilfred Babbage, Alison Lane, Gudrun Ure, Inspector Martin and John Saville, Derek Seaton, and Lucille Cartier was played by Beth Boyd. The series was devised for radio by Philip Ridgway and produced by Alistair Scott Johnston.
The Murders in the Rue Morgue is a short story by Edgar Allan Poe published in Graham's Magazine in 1841. It has been described as the first modern detective story. C. Auguste Dupin is a man in Paris who solves the mystery of the brutal murder of 2 women. Numerous witnesses heard a suspect, though no one agrees on what language was spoken. At the murder scene, Dupin finds a hair that does not appear to be human. As the first fictional detective, Poe's Dupin displays many traits which became literary conventions in subsequent fictional detectives, including Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot. Many later characters, for example, follow Poe's model of the brilliant detective, his personal friend who serves as narrator, and the final revelation being presented before the reasoning that leads up to it.
The Murders in the Rue Morgue by Edgar Allan Poe. Dramatized by Stephen Sheridan.
Noisy, crowded, and unclean.
I'm sorry?
Every time I visit Paris, the more disagreeable it seems.
Oh, perhaps you should stay at home.
I only wish I could. But sadly, I'm obliged to earn a living.
Personally, I consider Paris the most beautiful city on earth.
Ah, that's because you see it through the eyes of a young man.
It's because I see it through the eyes of an artist.
Oh?
I'm a painter, sir. Or at least I hope to be when I finish my studies.
Oh, you should have said so earlier. I hadn't realized that I was sharing a coach with someone special.
Oh, now you're making fun of me.
No, far from it. As a mere businessman, I have always held artists in the highest regard.
Oh, my father's a businessman. I wish he was of your opinion.
I see we've almost reached the coach house. Perhaps you'll allow me to buy you a meal.
That's uncommonly generous of you, sir.
Oh, I'm afraid I shall be spending the next few days dining with lawyers and stockbrokers. Oh. Sharing a meal with a man of culture would be a rare and unexpected privilege. So, my young friend, you've come to Paris seeking inspiration.
Well, I've spent most of my life in a small Provence village. It's very agreeable in its way, but I've grown tired of having nothing to sketch but trees and fields.
Have you decided where you'll be staying?
My father has granted me a small allowance. I shall probably rent a room at a local inn.
Oh, I doubt if you'll find such an environment conducive to artistic endeavour. Perhaps you'll permit me to do you another favour.
Oh, really, Monsieur Moreau, you've been more than generous already.
I have a friend who owns a house in the Rue de Saint-Germain. He's a chevalier, no less, the son of one of the most illustrious families in France.
Oh?
Unfortunately, a series of calamities have rendered him all but destitute. Accordingly, he's obliged from time to time to take in lodgers.
His situation must be desperate indeed.
He's a strange man in many ways, but he possesses a rare and brilliant intellect. I've a feeling you'll like him.
Lodging with a chevalier? It's an intriguing suggestion.
If you take my advice, you'll visit him at once. Paris offers few experiences more extraordinary than residing with Auguste Dupin.
My God, look at this place. It's crumbling to dust.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you. My name is Jean-Marc Roger. I'm here at the prompting of a mutual acquaintance.
If we owe him some money, I'm afraid he must wait.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I've come to inquire about renting a room.
Oh, forgive me. Oh, whatever must you think?
Oh, really, it's of no consequence.
My brother normally deals with such matters. Please, Monsieur Roger, won't you come in?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Dry and warm. Save up for a new barometer. Who is it?
Elaine, Auguste. There's a young gentleman to see you.
Monsieur?
A young gentleman with a crooked collar.
I beg your pardon?
Straighten it, will you?
If you
Really,
wish.
Auguste, that was intolerably rude.
My sister often despairs of my behavior, I'm afraid, but I have a positive mania for order and neatness.
Monsieur Roger has just arrived in Paris. He's looking for a room.
Oh.
Don't pull a face. We must have some money. Our creditors are becoming impatient.
Who sent you here, Monsieur Roger?
A merchant by the name of Rue Morgue.
Moreau, I know him well. An excellent fellow and surprisingly cultured for a man of commerce.
My brother once rendered him a great service.
Oh? He'd been unjustly accused of a crime. I used my modest gifts to establish his innocence.
Your modest gifts?
Tell me, Monsieur Roger, do you keep regular hours?
I'm sorry?
You rise early and retire at a decent time?
I'm afraid not. I love the night and rarely go to bed before daybreak.
Dear me.
Have I said the wrong thing?
My brother is teasing you. He keeps exactly the same hours himself.
What about society? Do you seek out the companionship of others?
Not if I can help it. I'm somewhat solitary by nature.
So am I. You show promise, Monsieur Roger.
Really, sir? You're behaving as though I've applied for a position in your household.
Not afraid to speak your mind, I see. Better and better. Do you play chess?
It's my favorite pastime.
And do you have any talent for it?
I was once considered something of a prodigy.
I knew it. You have the brow of a natural player. I shall look forward to facing you across the checkered board.
You wish me to stay, then?
Of course I wish you to stay.
You're to be congratulated. My brother is rarely so enthusiastic about new lodgers.
I must warn you, I'm far from wealthy.
We can work out the details of your rent later, Monsieur Roger. Hélène will show you to your room.
Thank you.
Oh, and Monsieur Roger.
Yes?
Your collar is still a little crooked. Straighten it again.
Rousseau, the man is such an idiot.
Must you read at the dinner table?
Huh? Sorry?
Monsieur Roger will think you have no manners.
Monsieur Roger has been here a week. He already knows I have no manners.
I must congratulate you on this evening's meal, Mademoiselle Dupin. You excelled yourself.
Thank you.
It's a pity about the peas, though.
The peas?
There were only 29 on my plate.
You didn't count them again.
I like 30, you know that. Madame Thénardier always managed it.
Madame Thénardier was a professional cook.
If you hadn't spent her wages on a rare first edition, she might still be with us.
Why does it matter if there are 29p's on your plate or 30?
I must have order and precision. If I'm to think clearly, my surroundings need to mirror my mind.
Oh, Adolphe's a little early. Is my appearance too dreadful?
Oh, you look positively radiant. Doesn't she, Dupin?
I expect so.
Thank you, Auguste. I can always rely on you to shower me with compliments.
Who's Adolphe?
Hélène's fiancé. He works at the local bank.
I hadn't realized she was engaged.
She has been for the last 5 years.
5 years? Well, that's a very long time.
Well, I can't be expected to manage on my own, and servants seem reluctant to stay. So until the situation can be properly remedied, Hélène prefers to remain here with me.
She's clearly a remarkably accommodating young lady.
Is that a butcher's bill I spy on the mantelpiece?
Yes, I believe so.
Conceal it in a drawer, will you? I prefer not to advertise my reduced circumstances.
Yes, of course.
You might also have the delicacy not to mention that you're currently paying me rent.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Monsieur Le Bon. How are you?
Oh, all the better for seeing Elaine again.
This is Monsieur Roger, Adolphe. He's
a friend from Provence.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, sir.
So, Monsieur Le Bon, how will you and my sister be spending the evening?
Adolphe is taking me to see Les Huguenots.
You have my sympathy. Grand opera will never match the mathematical beauty of a Bach cantata.
You said he wouldn't approve, Elaine.
The answer, my dear Roger, is no.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sure Monsieur Le Bon wouldn't object if you wanted to paint my sister.
How the devil did you know I was thinking that?
It was obvious.
Well, to a mind reader, perhaps. Must I now number telepathy among your accomplishments?
Telepathy? I saw you glance at your fingers, which are smeared with charcoal. This brought to mind your calling as an artist. You glanced at Hélène and then at the portrait hanging behind her on the wall. Clearly you were thinking that she might be a suitable subject for such a study. Then, however, Monsieur Le Bon spoke and you frowned. It's not difficult to deduce that you were concerned he would object to your proposal.
Astonishing, my dear Dupin. Absolutely astonishing.
Perhaps now you understand why I attach such importance to order and precision. A man who has trained his mind to think clearly can penetrate any secret in the world.
Look up a little. That's right.
I'm longing to see the finished portrait.
Yeah, you may have a considerable wait. These are just my preliminary sketches.
Oh, the door.
There's no need to jump up. I'm sure your brother can answer it.
Yes, of course. I expect you must find him very strange.
Oh, well, he's a character. I like characters.
I'm afraid our family's misfortunes have borne down heavily on him over the years.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Our parents had most of their wealth confiscated during the Terror. When August lost the rest in speculation, he seemed to give up on life.
That's a great pity. He's clearly a man of exceptional talent.
He became terrified of further calamities befalling us. That's why he's chosen to shut himself away. He thinks that by leading a life of order and reason, he can protect himself from the forces of chaos.
Oh, he can't, though, can he?
No, Monsieur Roger. None of us can.
An intriguing business, my dear Jourdain. Most intriguing.
There you are, Dupin. I thought you might like to see my sketches of Hélène. Oh, forgive me. I hadn't realized that you had company.
Come in, Roger. I'd like you to meet Inspector Jourdain.
How do you do, sir?
Monsieur.
The inspector is one of the Sureté's most gifted officers. Faint praise, I know, but praise nonetheless.
I trust that nothing untoward has happened.
Far from it, sir. I occasionally come to the Chevalier with especially strange or perplexing cases.
Oh.
He possesses a rare talent for deduction.
So I've observed.
The inspector has brought me an especially delicate matter this evening. A letter has been stolen from a member of the royal household.
Really, Dupin? I told you that in confidence.
We can talk freely in front of Roger. His discretion is legendary.
I trust that that's correct.
Do you have any idea as to the identity of the thief?
Only one man would dare perpetrate such a crime. Ducol, the Minister of the Interior.
I was at school with him. He used to cheat at marbles, as I recall.
If the contents of the letter should become known, a terrible scandal would ensue. It's vital we discover where Ducol has concealed it.
How do you know he hasn't passed it on to a third party?
He can only use it to exert influence over the Crown whilst it remains in his possession.
Have you searched his rooms and offices?
On 3 separate occasions. We've all but taken them apart, but the letter was nowhere to be found.
Perhaps he's concealing it on his person.
We thought of that. Last night, 2 of my men, disguised as footpads, stopped and searched him, but it was all to no avail.
And so, in desperation, you've turned to me.
I can think of no one more likely to find it.
Does the prefect of police know of my involvement?
I thought it better not to tell him. Oh, he's a petty man and jealous of your past successes.
Quite so.
Do you think you'll be able to help?
Call again tomorrow.
I must have an answer.
Call again tomorrow.
Very well, then. I'll leave the matter in your hands. Good night, sir.
Good night.
I don't know about you, but I fancy a game of chess.
But what about Inspector Jourdain's mystery?
Chess first, mysteries later. I'm not missing out on an evening's entertainment for a man who cheats at marbles.
You're sure it's all there?
You needn't concern yourself, dear lady. I counted it personally. Who is it?
Adolphe Le Bon, sir. You asked to see me.
Yes, Le Bon. This is Madame L'Espagne and her daughter, 2 of the bank's most valued customers.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Madame L'Espagne has decided to withdraw 4,000 gold francs from her account. She needs someone to carry them to her apartment in the Rue Morgue.
I suggested hailing a cab, but Mother refused.
Cabs cost money. The walk will do us good. Now, pick up our gold, sir, and we'll be on our way. I don't think I've ever visited this part of the city before.
Oh, I hate the neighbourhood. There are fights and disturbances almost every night.
Surely you could afford to move to somewhere a little more fashionable.
But that's why I keep telling Mother, but she won't part with a sou.
What's that? What are you saying?
Nothing, Mother.
Oh, this is where we live. I hope you're feeling energetic, Monsieur Le Bon. Our apartment is on the 4th floor. Put the money down on that table.
I hadn't realised that 4,000 francs were quite so heavy.
Must be exhausted. May I offer you a drink?
Oh, no water. You can't have spirits.
A glass of water would be very acceptable.
See who that is, Camille?
Yes, Mother.
I thought I heard you come in. Where's my rent?
What's that?
It was due upon the 1st. Why haven't I been paid?
I'm a poor old woman. I need more time.
1 more week. That's all you'll have. And if I don't see any money by then, you'll be out on the street.
Oh, Mother. What was the point of that?
You're far too eager to spend my money. Waiting a week will do him no harm.
I'll fetch you that water, Monsieur Le Bon.
Thank you.
I suppose you find my behaviour shocking.
It's none of my business how you behave.
That's right. It's not. You can drink your water and be on your way.
Whoever set this type deserves to be flogged.
Inspector Jourdain is here, Dupin.
Is it my imagination, Jourdain, or is newsprint becoming smaller?
I beg your pardon?
If I'm to read this evening's Gazette, I shall need my spectacles.
Oh, hang the Gazette. Tell me what progress you've made.
When I have my spectacles.
Oh, I'll fetch them, Dupin.
I don't want you to fetch them. I want the inspector to do it.
Oh, for pity's sake.
They're in the top drawer of my desk. That's right.
I sometimes think you're the most aggravating man who ever lived. I can't find any spectacles.
Look again.
Just a minute. No. It's impossible. The letter. The purloined letter.
I hope you'll forgive my little deception. I've never been able to resist a touch of the histrionic.
This is beyond all comprehension. How did you come by it?
You're a clever man, Jourdain. But you're too cunning for your own good. Ducol, on the other hand, shares my passion for simplicity.
You're not making sense.
It's often said that the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Where better, then, to hide a letter than in a letter rack?
A letter rack?
You naturally assumed that Ducol would conceal it in some elaborate hiding place. Anticipating this, he did the exact opposite. Whilst you were carefully dismantling his furniture and searching behind his wallpaper, the letter was lying in plain view upon his desk.
Astonishing. And you managed to guess all that from what Inspector Jourdain told you?
I never guess, Roger. Knowing Ducol's character, it was simple to deduce what he'd done.
Simple for you, perhaps.
To confirm my theory, I paid the minister a visit. Sure enough, as we sat reminiscing about our school days, I spotted the letter tucked between two others.
Can you believe the gall of the man?
Ducol is far from hospitable, but he eventually felt obliged to offer me a small cognac. Whilst he was pouring it, I substituted the letter for a blank sheet of paper folded in an identical manner.
Poor old Ducol. Imagine his surprise when he discovers what's happened.
I think we can safely anticipate that his days of high office are numbered.
You've rendered your country a great service, Dupin. I can't thank you enough.
Then please don't try. A small reward from the public purse, on the other hand, would be more than welcome.
It's no more than you deserve, sir, but there is one problem.
Oh?
Before I can do anything, I shall have to persuade the prefect of police.
Give Dupin a reward? I've never heard of such a thing.
He did recover the letter, sir.
That was merely a lucky guess. I'd already deduced for myself where the letter was hidden.
Had you, sir? You kept quiet about that.
I'm not sure I care for your tongue, Jourdain. I'm only thinking of your reputation.
That's very good of you, sir.
If the royal household discover that you discuss their secrets with a member of the public, you'll be ruined.
That's as maybe, sir, but I'm not comfortable about taking credit for solving the case.
Then I'm inclined to agree with you. It might be best for all concerned if I say I recovered the letter.
You, sir?
I am the prefect of police, Jourdain. It's not inconceivable that I'm still capable of solving the occasional case.
If you say so, sir.
All that anyone need know is that I saved the day after careful investigation of the facts. The name of Dupin is not to be associated in any way with the matter. And under no circumstances whatsoever is he to be given a reward.
Dupin, are you in there?
Come in, Roger.
I wanted to tell you how impressed I was by your work this evening.
It was a minor victory against the forces of anarchy and disorder, but the battle can never truly be won.
You seem a trifle somber.
We're reasoning creatures, Roger. We think we can guard against misfortune, but we're mistaken. We can no more control our lives than we can prevent the sun going down. And who knows what terrors may visit us during the night.
You're not counting your money again.
That bank manager didn't look entirely trustworthy. You can't be too careful, Camille.
If you don't intend spending it, I don't see why you bothered withdrawing it in the first place.
Banks can collapse, my girl. I shall sleep more soundly knowing that it's close by.
Shh.
What is it?
I thought I heard something.
My God, robbers. Quickly, girl. Check the other room.
Come on! Open up!
All right. I'm just coming. What do you want?
You're late with your rent.
It's gone midnight.
You're never in when I call earlier.
Look, I haven't been making much at my shop just lately.
Oh, excuses, excuses. You're worse than Madame L'Espagne.
You must give me more time.
Oh, was ever a man cursed with more selfish tenants? You won't be happy until you ruin me.
What the devil was that?
It came from Madame L'Espagne's room.
Oh, sweet mother of God. What's happening up there?
Madame L'Espagne? Are you in there? Madame L'Espagne, are you all right?
We'll have to break down the door.
We'll do no such thing. I have a key. What's the meaning of all this commotion, you...
Oh, my God.
Out of my way. I think I'm going to be sick.
Dupin! Have you seen this morning's Gazette?
Oh, it's no use trying to talk to August when he's communing with Bach.
I haven't been practicing as assiduously as I should. My playing has become a little mechanical.
Forgive me, but a crime has occurred that you may find of interest.
Crimes are perpetrated every day. I can't concern myself with all of them.
I'd like to hear the details.
Oh, thank you, Mademoiselle Dupin.
And I'd like to hear them in silence.
Really, Helene, almost crushed my fingers.
Oh, what does the Gazette say?
Horrific events in the Rue Morgue. At a little after midnight, the inhabitants of a lodging house in the Rue Morgue were awakened by a series of terrible cries. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the screams were emanating from an apartment occupied by a Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter, Camille.
So far, so conventional.
The landlord of the building, upon entering the apartment, was greeted by a terrible sight. The furniture was in a state of the wildest disarray, and upon the floor there lay a razor and several tresses of thick grey hair.
Tresses of hair, a colourful type.
Most shocking of all, the walls, floor, and even the ceiling were spattered with vast quantities of fresh human blood.
Oh, how dreadful.
Strange to relate, however, despite the apparent violence done to them, no trace of either Madame L'Espanaye or her daughter has yet to be found.
No bodies? How curious. Does the Gazette say who has been appointed to investigate the matter?
Yes. It's our old friend, Inspector Jourdain.
An excellent man in his way. You were quite right, though, Roger. The case does interest me.
Thank you, Dupin.
The next edition of the Gazette is published at noon. I should like to hear if it contains any further details. Until then, however...
Yes?
I propose returning to Bach.
So, gentlemen, what can you tell me about Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter?
Well, they were both very quiet, almost recluses, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
And they claim to have no money.
No money? Look at all these gold coins scattered about the floor.
Can you think of anyone who may have wished to harm them?
The devil must have come from, sir. It's the only explanation.
I'm hoping there's a less fanciful solution. Oh, can you think of anything you've forgotten to tell me?
But we did hear a voice, sir, as we were coming up the stairs.
Oh?
It was very low and strange, and it wasn't speaking French.
Ah.
I think it may have been Dutch.
Dutch?
Or possibly German. Yes, German. It was definitely German.
I see.
German, indeed. It wasn't German. It was Russian. I'd recognise that accent anywhere.
Dutch, German, Russian. You're not being of much help.
Well, we're doing our best, Inspector. We are still both trembling with fear.
Would you mind putting out that pipe, sir?
Oh, forgive me.
And what have you done with the match?
Well, I've thrown it into the grate.
Pick it up, will you? We can't have you contaminating the scene of the crime.
When do you think you'll be finished? I shall have to advertise for a new tenant.
Well, what's the matter?
The chimney.
Eh?
Oh, my God. Camille.
Dupin!
Really, these interruptions are intolerable.
I'm sorry, but the second edition of the Gazette has just been published.
Oh, have there been any further developments in the Rue Morgue?
There have indeed. They found a body.
Oh?
It's the daughter, Camille, and Dupin. You've never heard anything more strange. She'd been forced up the chimney.
Forced up the chimney?
She was discovered hanging upside down. Apparently it took 2 strong men to dislodge her.
An extraordinary manifestation of violence.
Upon examination, the body was discovered still to be warm. The face was marked with severe scratches, and about the throat were bruises and the deep indentations of fingernails, suggesting that the deceased had been throttled to death.
Horrible.
This is no ordinary crime, Roger. That much is clear. I'm afraid Inspector Jourdain will have his work cut out.
I don't think I've ever seen such discoloration of a human face. And look at her tongue. It's been partially bitten through.
Anything else?
There's a bruise on the pit of her stomach. In my opinion, it's caused by a knee.
You're all right, sir. You seem a trifle pale.
You must forgive me, Inspector, but in all my years as a physician, I have never encountered such violence. Whoever perpetrated these crimes must have had the strength of a Hercules.
Inspector! What is it, man? What's happened? I walked out into the yard for a breath of fresh air. Oh, my God, sir. It's Madame L'Espagne.
Roger, am I to be allowed to play in peace, or has the final edition of the Gazette been published?
I have it in my hand.
Very well, then. Ruin another recital.
Oh, stop pretending you're angry, Auguste. You know you're as anxious to learn what's happened as I am.
It seems they've discovered the body of Madame L'Espagne.
I'm relieved to hear it. There's nothing more untidy than a crime with a missing element.
Apparently she was found in the backyard. Her throat had been so thoroughly cut that when she was lifted, her head all but came off.
Oh, this crime grows more macabre by the hour.
Have the authorities been able to ascertain a motive for the killings?
According to the Gazette, they're still in the dark.
I doubt if Inspector Jourdain will be able to enlighten them. He's an able enough man in his way, but I fear a crime that is quite so grotesque will prove beyond him.
I suppose you'd be able to solve it in 10 minutes.
I wouldn't dream of making so immodest a claim.
Oh?
I'd expect it to take me at least 15.
Well?
I'm sorry?
Do you intend to offer the inspector your services?
He knows where I live. On the whole, however, I'd rather he chose not to involve me.
Why ever not?
Solving the occasional puzzle is an amusing diversion, but doing it often requires energy. And energy, my dear Roger, is the one quality I lack.
Madness. Madness. Where's the sense of it?
Jourdain. Here you are.
Good evening, sir.
Don't you stand up when the prefect of police enters the room?
Forgive me, sir. I've been awake since dawn.
Have you seen the newspapers? They contain nothing but details of the crimes in the Rue Morgue.
I know, sir. They're fanning the flames of public panic.
That's why it's vital we make an arrest. Any delay could be highly damaging to my reputation.
I'm doing my best, sir, but the evidence makes no sense.
I don't want excuses, Jourdain. I want results. Have you managed to ascertain how the murderer left the scene of the crime?
He couldn't have used the door, sir. Otherwise he would have passed the landlord on the stairs.
He must have climbed through the window, then.
I'm afraid not, sir. The windows had all been nailed shut. And anyway, Madame L'Espagne's apartment is on the 4th floor.
I take it you've checked for secret passages and trapdoors.
Yes, sir. There were none to be discovered.
This is absurd. There must be an explanation. You're not going home till you've found it.
But, sir, I'm exhausted.
You're not working alone. I shall be giving the matter due consideration whilst I'm dining with my wife.
That's very inspiring, sir. But I wonder if we might benefit from some additional assistance.
Oh?
Well, there is someone who specializes in these types of crime. Perhaps we ought to consult...
Yes?
It doesn't matter, sir.
I hope you weren't about to suggest involving that infernal meddler Dupin.
He does possess a remarkable talent for deduction, sir.
I will not countenance involving that man in any more police investigations. Do I make myself clear, Jourdain?
Yes, sir. Perfectly clear.
Good. Now get back to work and come up with a solution.
I'll do my best, sir.
You will not do your best, Jourdain. You will succeed. If you haven't made an arrest by this time tomorrow, I give you my word you'll pay with your job.
Your move, Roger.
Just a moment. I'm thinking.
You weren't about to move your bishop there.
Why not?
No reason.
After due consideration, I've decided to move my knight instead.
Very good, Roger. Very cunning.
Thank you, Dupin.
Checkmate.
What?
You must learn to defend your king.
This is hopeless. I never seem to win.
You mustn't despair. Your game is improving immeasurably. It's taken me almost 20 minutes to beat you this morning.
Auguste!
Helene, whatever's the matter?
It's Adolphe.
Here, come and sit down.
What's happened to Adolphe?
He's been arrested.
Arrested? On what charge?
It's madness, absolute madness. They're saying he committed the murders in the Rue Morgue.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not convinced he's guilty.
You allow yourself to doubt too much, Jourdan. That's always been your greatest failing.
Yes, sir.
I, on the other hand, know how to act decisively. That's why I'm the prefect of police, and you're still a lowly inspector.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Bernardier?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's a gentleman here to see you, Ed.
Oh?
Do you mind if I sit down?
Dupin.
It's a considerable walk to your office, and I'm more than a little weary.
Thank you, Bernardier. That will be all.
Oh, very good, sir.
What do you want, Dupin? I'm an extremely busy man.
I'd like to know who authorized the arrest of Adolphe Le Bon.
As Jourdan seemed unable to act, I did.
I thought as much. You know, of course, that he's entirely innocent.
I know nothing of the sort. Le Bon had an obvious motive.
Oh?
He delivered 4,000 gold francs to Madame L'Espagnier's apartment. Clearly he returned later that night, hoping to steal them.
And when he was interrupted, I suppose he turned to violence.
Precisely.
Le Bon is a far from athletic young man. Do you really think he has the strength to perpetrate two such brutal murders?
I've already pointed that out to the prefect, sir. He maintains, however, that a frightened man is capable of almost anything.
Have you managed to ascertain how he was able to escape from the apartment?
That remains a mystery at present. I have no doubt, however, that it will become clear during his trial.
You must realize how little evidence you have against him. If you try to prosecute, you'll be laughed out of court.
And what would you have me do? Let him go without charge?
I doubt if you're capable of anything quite so reasonable. But you might consider releasing him into my custody.
Why are you so interested in him, Dupin?
He's engaged to my sister.
And you expect me to release him into your custody? You must think I'm a fool.
I try not to fly in the face of public opinion.
As the Chevalier is here, sir, perhaps we might allow him to view the scene of the crime?
What on earth do you imagine this impudent mountebank will be able to tell you?
He possesses a rare talent for observation, sir.
He's a member of the public, Jourdan. I, on the other hand, am a trained detective. My powers of observation are 100 times greater than his.
Oh. How many stairs lead up to your office?
I beg your pardon?
You must have climbed them 1,000 times. How many are there?
Fetch a couple of officers, Jourdan. I want this popinjay thrown from the building.
There's no need for violence. I'm more than capable of leaving without assistance.
Then kindly do so.
I hope you'll remember this conversation when you're being pilloried in the newspapers. I certainly shall. Oh, and by the way...
What?
Exactly 12 stairs lead up to your office. A satisfyingly even number.
So, Dupin, what do you intend to do next?
Pour myself a glass of wine. I'm exhausted.
You can't leave poor Adolphe languishing in prison.
What do you expect me to do? Apprehend the murderer myself?
Well, why not? You're more than capable of it.
Be reasonable, Elaine.
I should have married years ago, but I let you convince me you couldn't manage alone. You might at least repay me by trying to help.
I can't run around Paris looking for clues. I don't have the energy.
Oh, you don't have the energy. God, you're pathetic.
Please, Elaine, you're embarrassing Roger.
You could do anything if you set your mind to it. But you've chosen to idle away your life, shut off from the world. I thank God our parents aren't alive to see it.
Elaine, come back.
They'd be ashamed, Auguste. Ashamed at what you've become.
I'm sorry, Dupin. I'm sure she didn't mean it.
But what if she did, Roger? What if she's right?
Oh, she's upset. It's only to be expected.
I sought to make my life calm and orderly by avoiding all engagement. Is it possible I've squandered it instead?
Excuse me, Dupin.
Inspector Jourdan.
I hope I'm not interrupting. Your sister let me in.
I'm sorry.
Are you all right, Dupin?
I'm fine, Inspector. Absolutely fine.
I could lose my job for this, but I won't see an innocent man go to the scaffold. There's a carriage outside. I think it's time I took you to the Rue Morgue.
Oh, we must start at the beginning, Inspector Jourdan. Tell me about the voice heard emanating from Madame L'Espagnier's apartment.
There's not a great deal to say. We haven't even been able to ascertain what language it was speaking.
The landlord and his tenant weren't able to make out a single recognizable word?
No, sir.
Would you find that peculiar?
Peculiar?
No matter what language the voice was speaking, it should have been possible to distinguish at least one or two words.
You find that significant, do you?
Yes, Roger. I find it very significant indeed.
Here we are, gentlemen. The Rue Morgue.
What a god-forsaken neighborhood.
Which is Madame L'Espagne's apartment?
She lived right up there, on the 4th floor.
Hello, what's this at the bottom of the drain pipe? A length of ribbon.
Perhaps it belonged to one of the victims.
I think not. Unless I'm mistaken, this was used by a sailor to tie back his pigtail.
How on earth did you deduce that?
It smells of the sea, and it has a very distinctive knot of the kind most commonly used by mariners. Do you mind if I keep it?
Be my guest.
Well, come along then. Shall we go in?
You're very energetic this evening, Dupin. I don't think I've ever seen you so lively.
I spent too much of my life shut away from the world. My sister has shown me that. From now on, I have a new watchword. Action, my dear Jourdain. Action!
Here we are, gentlemen. This is where it happened.
Dear God, the whole room reeks of death.
It's been left more or less as we found it.
Madame L'Espagne's gold coins were scattered about the floor, I believe.
That's right, sir.
If Adolphe Le Bon intended to steal them, I doubt if he'd have left them behind.
Well, that's all very well and good, Dupin, but if the killer didn't want money, what was his motive?
It's impossible to say. I suggest, therefore, that we forget about it.
Forget about the motive?
You're familiar with the principle of Occam's razor?
I've heard of it.
If we're to reason clearly, we must cut away all extraneous matter. The killer's motive is irrelevant. He's no doubt left behind more than enough clues to enable us to identify him.
I'd be glad if you could at least discover how he was able to escape from the room.
He clearly couldn't have used the door. He would have been discovered on the stairway, and anyway, I believe the door had been locked from the inside.
Correct.
There are no secret passages or tunnels leading from the room. Therefore, by a process of elimination, we can deduce that he must have used one of the windows.
But, Dupin, the windows were all nailed shut.
If that were the case, the killer would have had to vanish into thin air. Clearly, that's impossible. Therefore, the windows must only appear to have been nailed shut. Shall we examine them?
Oh, please.
I've seen this kind of window before. The sash contains a hidden spring that automatically fastens it. Someone passing through could have caused it to fall and shut itself behind him.
But it couldn't have been open in the first place. It was
nailed shut, I know.
See for yourself. It won't budge.
Let's examine its companion. Do either of you have a penknife?
I have one here.
Thank you, Roger. As I thought. The nail in this window is broken just behind the head. Although the window appears to have been nailed shut, it can, as I will now demonstrate, be opened quite easily.
Astonishing!
Oh, you've established how the killer escaped from the room. But how on earth was he able to reach the ground from this height?
There's a lightning rod embedded in the wall. Possibly the killer was able to swing upon it and reach the drain pipe.
But Dupin, that lightning rod is a good 5 feet away. Reaching it would require almost inhuman agility.
Jourdain! Come in, Monsieur le Prefect. Your timing couldn't be more apposite. We were just discussing inhuman creatures.
Bernardier told me that you'd come here with Dupin, but I had to see it with my own eyes.
I'm sorry I disobeyed your orders, sir. But the Chevalier has already made great progress.
I don't care. I won't be mocked by my own subordinates.
Quite right. You can leave that to the rest of us.
Get out, Dupin. Get out and don't come back. If I discover that you're continuing to meddle, I shall see to it personally that you're thrown in jail.
Will you heed the prefect's warning?
With victory so close at hand, Helene would never forgive me.
Oh, you think you know who committed the murders, then?
The theory has started to form in my mind. I still have a great deal of work to do, though.
Oh?
I need to place an advertisement in a certain publication before it goes to press. And tomorrow morning, a visit to the Paris mortuary may be in order.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Yes, Roger. You can straighten your watch chain. You've draped it unevenly, and it's begun to annoy.
Good evening, Dupin.
Roger, come in.
I trust you found your visit to the mortuary instructive.
I can't remember when I last spent a more agreeable morning. The dead are such relaxing company.
Are you searching for something?
A book by Georges Cuvier. I'm sure I have a copy on my shelves.
Perhaps I can help.
It's all right. I found it.
Oh. An anthropological study of the East Indies. Clearly a gripping read.
We must make haste. I'm expecting a guest.
Oh?
See what you make of this.
What is it?
A sketch of the finger marks found around Camille L'Espagne's throat. I lack your artistic flair, but I've done my best.
Is this sketch to scale?
As near as I could make it.
Well, good God, Dupin. The killer's hands must have been twice the size of a normal man's.
You may also wish to examine this hank of hair.
Oh, where did you find it?
Beneath Madame L'Espagne's fingernails. So, what do you think?
It's very coarse and fibrous. If I didn't know better, I'd say...
Yes?
I'd say it wasn't human. Shh! What is it?
Turn down the lamp, Roger. I think I hear our visitor climbing the stairs.
Are you Dupin?
Come in, my friend. Take a seat.
The young lady said I'd find you up here. I saw your advertisement in the Seafarer's Journal.
May I offer you some brandy, Monsieur...
Jacques. Just call me Jacques.
I enjoyed meeting your associate the other day. He's quite a lively fellow, isn't he?
Do you have him here?
As I said in my advertisement, he's currently quartered in the Rue Royale. My only concern is ensuring that he's returned to the people who care for him.
I am very grateful to you, sir. I'll give you any reward within my power.
Any reward within your power? Let me see. What would please me? I know. You can tell me all about your part in the murders in the Rue Morgue.
What's this? Some sort of trick?
Dupin, watch out!
Put away your knife, Jacques. We know you're innocent. But if we're to help you, we must hear the truth.
All right, sir. I'll tell you. In all candor, it's been weighing heavily on my conscience.
This associate Dupin mentioned, is he the murderer?
Yes, sir.
What kind of man is he? An escaped lunatic?
Dear Roger, have you yet to deduce the truth? The killer isn't a man at all.
I beg your pardon?
The killer's gruff, inarticulate voice, his strength, his agility, the size of his hands, the coarseness of his hair, even his apparent lack of motive. All these clues point in the same direction. The killer isn't a man, he is an animal.
An animal?
My guess would be one of the great apes of the East Indies, am I correct?
Yes, sir. In every detail.
Here, Cuvier has a drawing of one.
Well, I thought these creatures possessed a peaceable nature.
This one didn't, sir. He was a brute.
No doubt he suffered great provocation. Start your story at the beginning, my friend. Where did you find him?
In Borneo, sir. I was the first mate on a cargo ship called the Tortuga.
Did you visit Borneo with the express purpose of capturing an ape?
No, sir. It was a whim of the captain's. When he saw the creature and its mate, he thought he could make money from them as novelties.
The ape had a mate?
Oh, yes, sir. But she died before we could bring her aboard. I don't think her companion ever forgave us.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Oh, but he was a monster, sir. Vicious and cruel. Some of us thought he was the very devil himself.
A pleasingly fanciful notion.
Oh, I'm not so sure, sir. He seemed to bring bad luck with him. The ship was beset with problems, and 3 days before we reached home, the captain died of fever.
What did you do when you returned to France?
I brought the ape to Paris, sir. I thought I could sell him to a circus or fairground.
Where on earth did you keep him?
I have a couple of rooms in the Rue de Richelieu. I put some straw down in a large cupboard and I housed him in there.
Such conditions can hardly have improved his temper.
Indeed they do not, sir. I needed a whip to control him at all.
I want you to tell me precisely what happened on the night of the murders.
I will, sir. It'll be a great relief to unburden myself. The dreadful events began at a little after 11. I was returning early from a party organised by some of my shipmates. Entering my rooms, I was horrified to discover that the ape had broken out of his cupboard.
My God!
He'd often seen me shave and was standing before my mirror in crude imitation, his face lathered up and a cutthroat razor in his hand.
Get away! Get away from there!
I tried to drive him back with the whip, but he pushed past me and, still carrying the razor, ran down the stairs and into the street. I chased him through one empty street after another until, finally, he stopped outside a grimy building in the Rue Morgue. Attracted by a light burning in a back window on the 4th floor, he began to scale the drain pipe. Using the lightning rod, he swung himself inside and vanished from view.
Come back!
I'm used to climbing rigging, so I managed to follow him up. I lacked the agility to reach the lightning rod, though, so I could only peer through another window, this one closed, and witnessed what happened. As soon as they saw him, the old woman and her daughter began to scream. This seemed to inflame him, and seizing the old woman by her hair, he cut her throat with the razor. The smell of blood excited him. He picked the old woman up and hurled her through the window into the yard below. He then turned his attention to the daughter. Seizing her by the throat, he began to throttle her. When he was satisfied that she was dead, he took her body and began cramming it into the chimney.
Stop it! For pity's sake, stop it!
I called to him, but he paid no heed. Sickened by what I'd seen, I climbed down the drain pipe and began to run. I didn't stop, sir, until I reached my rooms. What became of my ape I neither knew nor cared. All that concerned me was getting away.
Fascinating narrative. You've acted with great stupidity, but you're clearly innocent of these terrible crimes.
Thank you, sir.
I'm afraid my advertisement wasn't entirely accurate, however. The ape is still at large.
My God.
There's a small wooded area behind the Rue Morgue. Unless I'm mistaken, that's where our fugitive is hiding. Meet me there in an hour and bring a net.
Very good, sir.
Roger, get in touch with the newspapers. Give them a full account of what we know.
Where will you be?
I think it's time I paid another visit to an old and trusted friend.
How dare you come marching into my office again? Who do you think you are?
You've handled this case with startling ineptitude, Monsieur le Préfect. But if you accompany me to the Rue Morgue, you may still be able to salvage your reputation.
Joran, have this man arrested.
But, sir...
Don't argue, do as I say.
A number of journalists will be there.
A number of journalists?
They're anxious to see the real murderer apprehended. If you join them, you may be able to turn the situation to your advantage.
I suppose the Rue Morgue isn't that far away. You needn't arrest Dupin for the moment.
Very good, sir.
I'm not a man who's easily fooled. If the killer has somehow eluded me, he must be exceptionally clever.
As you will discover, Monsieur le Préfect, he's quite your intellectual equal in every way.
A giant ape? You're saying the murders were committed by a giant ape?
You sound a little incredulous.
I've brought the gentlemen of the press. I told them to wait over there in a clearing.
If you're trying to make me look foolish in front of the newspapers, I'll flay you alive.
What do you want us to do now, Dupin?
Tell your men to stay in close formation and sweep through the wood.
You heard him, men? Do as he says.
Yes, sir.
I'm supposed to be taking my wife to the theatre. I must have been mad to listen to you.
Dupin, over there.
Oh, my God!
The size of him.
He's coming towards me! Shoot him, someone! Shoot him!
Quickly, Jacques, the net.
Very good, sir.
Help him, men! Hold the beast down!
Allow me to present Pongo Pygmaeus, Monsieur le Préfect, the great ape of the East Indies and the true perpetrator of the murders in the Rue Morgue.
Of course. I suspected something like this from the start. Adolphe Le Bon was never a likely killer.
We've got him, sir. He won't escape us now.
I'd say we owed the Chevalier a great debt of gratitude. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
Yes. You've done very well, Dupin. Very well.
Perhaps a small reward from the public purse would be in order.
We can discuss that later. But first things first, young man. Where did you say those journalists were waiting?
It's disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful.
What's the matter, Roger?
Have you seen this morning's Gazette? It credits the prefect of police with solving the case single-handed. You scarcely merit a mention.
At least the prefect has been persuaded to give me a reward. I'm quite happy to trade vulgar publicity for a little hard cash.
I wish I could give you a reward as well, sir. It's because of you that I've been restored to liberty.
As a matter of fact, Monsieur Le Bon, there is something you could do for me.
Name it.
Make my sister a good husband.
I beg your pardon?
I've allowed my selfishness to keep you apart for far too long. It's high time you married.
But August, how will you manage on your own?
I'm not a child, Hélène, and you're not my mother. Marry Le Bon and forget about me. After all that you've been through, it's what you deserve.
I've almost finished my portrait of Elaine. I thought I might give it to her as a wedding present.
A splendid suggestion, my dear Roger. Absolutely splendid.
Well.
Moreau, my dear fellow.
If it isn't Auguste Dupin and my young friend, the artist.
This is a pleasant surprise, Monsieur Moreau.
I hadn't expected to find you visiting the zoological gardens. No doubt, like me, you're trying to escape the noise and the filth of the streets.
Actually, no. We've come to visit an old friend.
An old friend?
No doubt you read about the ape that ran amok in the Rue Morgue.
Yes, of course. I thought I detected the Chevalier's hand in the creature's recapture.
He's currently serving out his sentence behind some pleasingly neat bars in the monkey house.
I thought you'd abandoned your obsession with neatness and precision.
Far from it. The events of the past few days have merely established their importance.
But surely, if we've learned anything, it's how vulnerable we are to chaos and disaster.
You're mistaken, my friend. By using logic and reason, we've been able to cage a wild beast and restore order to the world.
What do you think, Monsieur Moreau? Can cold calculation enable us to take control of our lives? Or are we, as I maintain, forever at the mercy of chance and misfortune?
What do I think?
Yes.
I think that it's a very hot day, and I could do with a drink.
An excellent suggestion, and very well put. Come along, Roger. You heard what he said. Let's repair to a cafe and toast our success.
In The Murders in the Rue Morgue by Edgar Allan Poe, dramatized by Stephen Sheridan, Malcolm Tierney was Dupin. Mark Bonner, Roger. David Timpson, Inspector Jourdain. Peter Ellis, the Prefect of Police. Tracy Wiles, Hélène. Tom Bevan, Adolphe. Brian Parr, Jacques. John Evitts, Moreau. And Jean Trend, Madame L'Espagne. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The pianist was Mike Sykes.
This is another Saturday night theatre crime show. This is called Death Against the Odds by Michael McStay. It is a Coleman and Aestir story which was broadcast on the 21st of August 1993. The story is about two murders in one night which caused Coleman and Aestir to lose some sleep and long for the days when sheep rustling was the worst crime on their patch. Inspector Coleman is played by Stephen Thorne and Sergeant Aestir by Joe Dunlop.
Please, slow down. You're going too fast. Oh, stop! Please stop! You're frightening me!
Get out! Get out!
Death Against the Odds by Michael McStay, with Stephen Thorne as Inspector Coleman and Joe Dunlop as Sergeant Astor. Phyllis Logan as Lady Penelope, James Warwick as Sir Harry Kelso, and Morag Hood as Annette Granger.
One of the problems that I so often have to face as Sheriff Principal is that the police often fail to present a case properly.
One of the problems that I have to face as a policeman is that the sheriffs often seem more intent on being social workers.
Oh, now, steady on, Ronnie.
And I don't want you patting villains on the head and telling them to be good little villains in future. I want them locked away for a good few years.
I don't think anybody could accuse me of being over-lenient, Ronnie.
Why will policemen talk shop all the time?
Not just policemen, Margaret. Harry, you are becoming very boring.
This concerns you, Penny. It concerns us all.
But not now. Margaret has provided a beautiful meal.
Yes, it was excellent.
Thank you.
What was it?
I beg your pardon?
I was joking, Harry. I've known times when he's been so deep in conversation over dinner that he hasn't noticed what he's eaten.
Beef Wellington.
Oh, well done.
You're very quick to pour scorn on my obsession with law and order.
I was teasing, Harry.
But you're the one who gets disproportionately upset about a break-in.
Oh, any woman would
Nothing
feel
was taken.
Somebody in your house.
That's the worst thing.
Nothing doing there, I suppose, Ronnie?
Not as far as I know.
I suppose Inspector Coleman can't be concerned with petty crime.
Harry.
Oh, now I'm teasing Penny.
I'm afraid I have rather left it to my sergeant. I've been distracted by another rash of sheep rustling.
Well, I didn't lose anything.
However, mea culpa. I shall check on it tomorrow.
You know, I don't really understand why a chap like you becomes a policeman in the first place.
Oh, Harry, please don't start him on that. Now, would anybody like some more sweet? The meringue?
Somebody has to do it.
Cheese?
Oh, no, thank you, Margaret.
But why you, Ronnie? You've a first-rate education, you're comfortably off. More than comfortably off.
Well, there's nothing that says that the copper has to be a Mr. Plod. In fact, in this high-tech age...
Yes, but all the same.
And I married money.
Ronald.
Well, I didn't mean to pry.
Then please don't, darling.
But when one thinks of a policeman...
People rarely do think of policemen, until they need them. We have refuse disposal experts, I believe we now have to call them. To keep the rubbish off our streets, somebody has to keep the human rubbish off our streets.
I'm going to serve coffee in the library. Excuse me for 5 minutes. Ronald.
Yeah, I'll bring brandy and port through.
Penny?
Oh, I'll give you a hand.
I had no idea of causing offence.
Do you have a gift?
My sergeant always complains that nobody loves a copper until they need one.
Oh, surely not.
No, it's true to say that most of the people I know best are Margaret's friends.
Well, I hope you'd consider Penelope and myself.
Yeah, but I met you through Margaret. You take my point.
Well, I came to you after the break-in because you're a friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry there hasn't been any progress. And
Ronnie, how does a girl set about attracting her host's attention? Are you going to escort me to the library, or shall I try to find my own way there?
Forgive me. Let me just get the brandy.
Well, I accept that the likelihood of catching a couple of chances is pretty remote.
I might forgive you when I have a large brandy in my hand and you promise to spend the rest of the evening telling me how fascinating you find me.
As long as anything I say is not taken down.
In any case, there was no real damage.
Oh, Harry.
I deliberately didn't invite anybody else. I felt it's been so long since we saw you and Harry.
Oh, so much better.
And I hate those dinner parties where far too many people sit around.
Oh, when the best conversations are happening at the other end of the table.
And you've got the two most boring men at the party on either side of you.
Of course, I'd quite forgotten your father was a policeman.
Yes.
I remember the case. Dreadful business.
It was at the time.
Shot while investigating a break-in at a jeweller's.
Today, the death of a copper makes a good front-page story for, 48 hours. In those days, the public outrage lasted until the man was caught. And then for weeks after that, while the hanging debate was resurrected.
Well, the man was caught.
Given up by the criminal fraternity.
How do you mean?
Well, those were the days when the real villains would never countenance guns. And as for killing a copper... It took just 4 days before a series of tip-offs had given the police the killer, the gun, and the evidence.
Good Lord.
Will you have another?
Oh, yes, thank you. It's a very fine brandy.
Ronald, if you're offering more brandy, should I make more coffee?
Oh, I should love some, Margaret. I assume I'm driving?
You assume correctly, Penelope.
Oh, dear.
It's all right, Ronald. I'll get it.
Is that the reason you became a policeman?
No, not at all.
Very different now, I imagine.
Are you two still talking shop?
Yes, the man who killed my father had nowhere to hide. His own kind turned against him. But today... there's a sickening air of casual violence. A bunch of kids will kick an old lady unconscious with a 10-penny coin in her handbag.
I'm afraid it's for you, Ronald. Sergeant Astor.
Damn!
How much longer have we got to hang around, Sarge?
Until the inspector gets here.
Oh, he's taking his time.
He's probably got lost.
Aye. Along with forensic. Where are they?
I do not know, Constable. What are you eating?
Biscuits. Do you want one?
No.
That helps keep the cold out.
I assure you I'm just as cold and miserable as you are, Constable.
And it's going to rain soon?
In that case, we shall all be cold and miserable and wet. But we're still waiting for the inspector.
Granger. Well, hello. Yes, I am surprised. Now? Do you know what time it? I see. Mm-hmm. Well, that's an offer I can't refuse. 20 minutes?
Start!
Thank the Lord for that.
You reckon that's him? If it is the inspector, we still have to wait for forensic. And if it's forensic, we still have to wait for the inspector.
Bloody hell.
What was that, Constable?
Nothing, Sarge.
Good.
No.
It's a man's life in the modern force, Constable.
There you are. Evening, Fred.
Evening, sir.
Got a bit lost. Miserable night.
Especially when you've been hanging around for more than an hour.
Oh, I hope I don't detect a note of tetchiness, Fred.
Oh, I hope not, sir.
Most unlike you. I had to wait for a car. Well, Margaret had a dinner party. I was in the middle of a very fine cognac when you called.
I was in the middle of a pasty and a mug of cocoa.
Thought it advisable not to drive myself. So, why have you dragged me out? Apart from bloody-mindedness.
Got a dead woman. Take a look.
Suspicious circumstances?
Possibly.
Possibly? Fred, it was a Hennessy XO, 30 years old.
Sounds nice.
Now, what I'm saying is, couldn't you handle it yourself?
And you know her, sir. You know the husband.
Do I? Is that him?
Oh, no, sir. That's the motorist who found the body.
Got his statement, etc.?
Yes, sir.
All right, let him go home.
Evening, sir.
Good evening, Constable. What are you eating?
Biscuits, sir.
Biscuits?
Aye.
Helps keep out the cold.
Does it? Get rid of them, Constable. And tell our friend there that he can go home.
Yes, sir. All right for some.
Dear God.
Yes, sir. Bit of a mess.
Car?
Yes.
Hit and run?
Well, yes, sir, but...
Do I know her?
If you take a closer look...
Yeah, I don't think I'll bother, Fred. Who is she?
Helen Fraser. Wife of Callum Fraser. Drinks in the Prince Charlie. You know him.
Oh, yes. Likes his malt.
That's him.
Has he been told?
Not yet, sir. There's a wee story there.
What the devil was she doing up on the moor at this time of night? Dead long?
Don't know, sir. The thing is, the state she's in, I'd swear she'd been hit more than once.
What do you mean?
Front and back.
Sir!
Ah, that'll be forensic.
They're a bit late, aren't they?
Well, I sent for them. Perhaps they got lost, sir. It can happen.
Yeah.
No, there's some likely-looking tyre tracks on the verge over there. We'll be able to take some casts.
Well, they'd better be quick. It's starting to rain.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, damn and blast.
Who is it?
Sir Harold Kelso.
The Laird.
Laird of all he surveys.
Hello again, Ronnie. I wondered if there was anything I could do.
This isn't necessary, Sir Harold.
Dear. Is that the unfortunate...
There's no need, Sir Harold. This is a matter for the police. My sergeant, and this is Sergeant Astor.
Evening, sir.
He made the call.
Yes.
He has everything under control.
Possibly, but you're on my land. Merely thought I might be able to help. Might know her, one of my employees, perhaps.
I don't think so.
Let me have a look.
She's in a bit of a mess, sir.
Oh, got a strong stomach.
Constable, get on the radio again. Find out where forensic are.
Yes, sir.
Could I have a word, Sir Harold?
Yes?
By your car. I appreciate your offer of help.
Oh, not at all. Bit of excitement?
Well, I don't consider a violent death a bit of excitement. This is a police
I'm
matter,
a sheriff, Ronnie.
Well, then, if this case should come before you, you'll be apprised of all the relevant facts.
Oh, don't be so pompous, man.
Harry, you reek of alcohol.
Are you going to breathalyze me?
You place me in a very embarrassing position. If one of my officers...
I am on my own land.
You are on a public highway.
You don't have to explain the law to me.
You're presuming on a friendship, Harry. Now, I can't send for another car.
I'm sorry that
you understand?
I'm sorry that you're taking this attitude, Ronnie. I'm sure you know your job, but it seems a mite presumptuous to turn down an offer of help from a member of the public, particularly when that member of the public is a person of some influence in local civic circles.
Friends in high places?
Yes.
Thank you for your offer of help, Sir Harold. Now go home and drive carefully. Fred?
Sir?
Where the hell are forensic? I'm getting soaked.
Oh, your friend leaving, sir.
A bit full of his own importance. Now, where are these tyre tracks you were telling me about?
They're just over here.
Actually had the nerve to utter vague threats.
A bloody idiot.
Kelso?
Oh, that biscuit-eating... That idiot constable. The tyre tracks. He hasn't covered the tyre tracks. They're half washed away.
How unfortunate. How will you explain that to forensic? I suspect this is them now.
It's common knowledge around the pub. And a few nights back, Callum arrived in the bar, ordered a drink, and suddenly burst into tears.
What?
Through his sobbing, he tried to explain that his wife was having an affair.
Which you knew?
We also knew that Callum knew she was having an affair. And didn't give a damn as long as she was around to cook his meals and iron his shirts.
Well, a man should have his priorities, right?
But then he got around to the truth of the matter. It seemed that he'd just got his bank statement and discovered she's been forging his signature to his cheques.
Good Lord.
Well, he's a prudent man's Callum. His wife's affair was acceptable within certain limits, but the fact that he was paying for it as well...
Oh, quite beyond the pale.
Since then, he's been back in the pub, drinking heavily and making wild threats about what'll happen to his wife.
And you think that...
It's a possibility.
Inspector Coleman?
Has he been notified?
Not yet, sir. I wanted this talk.
Dr. Calderside.
Good evening, Doctor. Well, good morning.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm afraid your young woman through there is in one hell of a mess.
That's why I'm here.
Yes, of course. Foul play.
You tell me, Doctor.
Well, I haven't yet had a chance to do a full post-mortem. But it's clear that she has been hit more than once. Certainly twice. Maybe 3 times. Before she lay down and died, as it were.
That's what my sergeant said.
And I'm certain that she was then run over yet again while she was lying on the ground.
Yes.
You don't sound very surprised.
Oh, I've been a policeman a long time. Are you able to tell me at what stage of this terrible battering the poor woman actually died?
I can't tell before I open her
I
up.
need to be quite certain that she couldn't have been hit, for example, by any other passing car after the original accident.
It's not as if she was found on Sucky Street, is it, sir?
All right, Fred.
The only alternative is that one hit-and-run driver had the same accident 3 times.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid we are looking at a particularly unpleasant murder. Could you get me an autopsy report as a matter of urgency, Doctor?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thanks very much for your help.
Not at all.
Right. Get round to the husband, Fred. Yank him out of bed and let's see what he has to say.
No, sir.
Let's not keep him waiting any longer. One way or another, he'll be expecting a call from us.
You'll be going to the station?
Oh, I don't think so, Fred. I'll leave you to soften him up. I'm cold and wet and just a little deflated. I think I shall go home and see if there's any brandy left.
Oh, I'm sure Mrs. Coleman will have left you a dram, sir.
Oh, I'm sure she has, Fred. She takes great care to indulge my little luxuries.
And why not? After all, a Hennessy XO, 30 years old.
Just come in, Sarge.
Good. Got the morning report ready, Jackie?
I'll be on his desk in 5 minutes.
Good, man. The sooner we get through it, the sooner I get my head down.
Rough night.
Duty, young Jackie.
Morning, Fred.
Morning, sir.
Morning,
Young, sir.
Oh, yes.
Well, how did it go, Fred? Very well indeed, sir.
Still got him here?
Oh, yes, sir. Booked and locked up.
Booked?
And locked up. You missed all the fun, sir.
Callum Fraser?
No problems. He was actually trying to clean his car down when we arrived. He'd been drinking. Didn't even pretend. Broke down as soon as he saw the uniforms.
Well, what had he done?
Just what we thought. Drove his wife up onto the moor in the late evening, then told her to get out. Drove the car straight at her. Took him 3 or 4 attempts to kill her, he's not sure. I can't understand why she didn't run off across the moor as soon as she realised what he was up to.
Ah, she was probably a sport. Didn't want to spoil his fun. I'm sorry. But she would scarcely expect him to drive the car at her. And after the first blow, she'd be stunned, unable to think or move quickly.
Oh, poor woman.
Yes. Well, the excitement's over. What else do we have?
Young should have the morning report.
Come. Is that the...
Morning report, sir.
Anything interesting?
Usual stuff, sir.
What is the usual stuff, Young?
Another outbreak of sheep rustling.
Well, I thought that one was all sorted out. It's the Kendrick brothers.
Is it, sir?
Yes.
How do you know?
Oh, Fred.
Because it's always the Kendricks, Jackie.
But we haven't got any evidence.
Then go and get some evidence.
Me, sir.
You know where they live?
The Strathallan estate, Jackie.
The other side of the moor.
I'll give you something to do with your day, Constable.
Oh, yes. Thank you, sir.
Check with me later, Jackie. He's not a bad lad, sir.
He's a raving idiot. A disaster area.
The occasional word of praise.
When he does something praiseworthy, I shall be the first to recommend he be transferred somewhere where his talent can flourish. What else have we got?
There's a couple of stolen cars.
Somebody needing a lift home. They'll turn up in Glasgow.
And a domestic. Oh, wife beating up her husband. He won't lay charges. Looks bad in the pub.
Good grief, there's nothing there to occupy a constable. Whatever happened to major crime, Fred? Spoke too soon. This is it. Coleman? Good morning, sir. Yes, sir, of course. Is it a killing in Kilmore's, a massacre in Monkton? No, sir. Just going through the morning report. Another lacklustre day. Yes. Yes, sir. Superintendent Macaulay wants a word. At once. Sounds tetchy.
This report, will I...
when I get back.
I was hoping to get my head down.
Of course. Grab a cup of coffee, Fred. I won't be long.
I don't want another cup of coffee. Thank you. I want a glass of sherry with the super. And then I want to get to bed.
Well, I must say that all sounds very satisfactory. Sergeant Astor?
Yes, sir.
There's no possibility of a cock-up.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, you know, I mean, so many people, the press baying for our blood. The confession, all pucker?
If I know Astor, recorded with a witness and repeated in front of a lawyer, no, sir, he'll have got it right.
Good, good. I'll commend him from me.
And that wasn't why you wanted to see me, Superintendent?
Oh, no, not directly. Would you care for a sherry, Ronnie?
Is that the,
Yes, it's the one Ellsworth discovered in the local supermarket. It's rather good, eh?
Yes, but not for me, thank you. Bit early.
Oh, yes. Well, I suppose I ought not to, but... having lunch with Harry Kelso.
That'll be nice, sir.
He's a good man, Ronnie. Very powerful locally.
So he tells me.
Well, I might as well come straight to the point. I've had a complaint.
The day will be when you don't have a complaint.
No, this one is personal.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Well, no, the complaint's been made against you. Harry Kelso.
I see. Well, if you can let me have it in the usual manner, sir.
It's not formal. Now, look, Ronnie, this is bloody embarrassing for me.
Well, if it's not formal, why are we wasting our time on
There
it?
was this business last night.
Sir Harold turned up on the moor.
And you were rude to him.
Well, he was poking his nose into something that didn't concern him.
I don't have to remind you that...
That he's a very powerful man locally. No, sir, you just said that.
And you were rude to him.
I was not rude to him. Have you ever known me to be rude to anybody, sir?
Frequently. Well, suffice to say that he resented your attitude.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, he also complained this morning that he returned to the scene of the accident, murder, and found an empty cigarette packet, what appeared to be a couple of soiled swabs, a plastic bag containing the remains of some plaster of Paris, and even a half-empty packet of biscuits.
Oh, damn it all, sir. It was a filthy night in the middle of nowhere. A woman was dead.
No harm has been done, Ronnie.
There certainly has not.
It might be an idea to have a word to the personnel concerned. We are very vulnerable to criticism of any kind, particularly when it comes from someone like Sir Harry.
I'll speak to them, sir.
He's a good friend of the force, and we need all the friends we can get.
The man's a pompous idiot.
Yes, well, I have nothing more to say.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass your message on. Oh, enjoy your lunch.
It was the middle of the night, sir. And we had a dead woman.
I don't give a damn, Sergeant. You were the senior officer present. It was your job to see that members of the public were not inconvenienced by the actions of the men under your command.
Yes, sir.
Good grief. Have you seen this report?
No, sir.
What were you doing while I was with the superintendent?
You suggested I might get a coffee.
Yeah. Well, here's a problem you can sort out. The Kendricks.
Constable Young is dealing with that now, sir.
It seems that they've been slaughtering the sheep in their garage again.
If it was them.
Oh, of course it was them. Same pattern. They've obviously been trying to get rid of the entrails down the loo.
God.
The water supply to half the estate and probably some of the bigger houses lying along the same main system is blocked.
I hope Sir Harold Kelso's isn't one of them.
So, you get down to the water board, find out the areas most likely to be affected and dispatch a couple of constables to apologise to the householders.
I was actually thinking of getting my head down for a couple of hours.
Good idea, but just as soon as you've been to the water board. I can't send a constable, needs a bit of authority.
Yes, sir.
Jamie Parish?
Sir?
Who the hell is Jamie Parish?
Oh, yes, I did know about him, sir. The shoes.
That's right, the shoes.
He was nicked for stealing 2 left shoes from the rack outside Dulce's. Remember, his staff recognised him when he came back next day to nick a couple of right ones.
Well, why am I bothered with this?
It's the Daily Report, sir.
Yeah, and what's this? The lead has gone from the roof of the church at Kilmore's? 2 weeks after work to replace it was completed? Well, I thought the lead went from the roof 20 years ago.
Well, that's true, sir. The congregation has been collecting since then to replace it. It was quite a feature, apparently. Very intricate working.
Why don't the good people of Kilmore save everybody's time and energies and just take up a collection for the local villains? If this is the sort of crime that lands on my desk, Fred, do you understand why I get bored and frustrated? And why I get extremely angry with the likes of Sir Harold Kelso? Who is that?
It's Constable Young, sir.
What does he want?
He's found a body, sir.
Well, I told him to bring in the Kendricks. What does he mean he's found a body? Tell him to come in here. What do you mean you found a body? What sort of body?
A dead one, sir.
Well, what have you done with it?
I've notified Sergeant Gregg, sir. I thought I'd better get back here and notify you personally.
And who was it?
I don't know, sir.
And where was it?
On Sir Harold Kelso's land.
Oh, my God.
I can't tell you an exact reference, sir, but you know the junction of 2 roads by Craig. Well, one's only a track, really.
No, I don't know, Constable.
Sergeant Gregg knew it, sir.
You've done well, Jackie.
Been there a long time, I'd say. Since last night. Rigor mortis. Heavily rained on.
Since last night? Fred, you don't think...
Sir?
2 bodies? It couldn't be possible that Fraser killed his wife and then, well, perhaps hit some other poor soul by accident on his way home.
The hit-and-run business is that, sir? Oh, I shouldn't think so. Not unless he stopped, went back, and shot him with a 12-bore as well. The man's chest had been blown away.
Do you know anything about this man? What was his name?
Granger, sir. Derek Granger.
Who identified the body?
Sergeant Gregg knew him, sir. Quite a local celebrity.
Sergeant Gregg?
Derek Granger, sir. He's a bookmaker. And Sergeant Gregg likes to follow the horses.
Are you telling me that Sergeant Gregg made the formal identification?
No, sir.
Then would you answer my question?
Yes, sir. Which question was that?
Good grief.
Only asked 2 questions.
Never mind, Young. Is Gregg still here?
No, sir. He took the lady home, sir.
Which lady?
The lady who identified the body.
And which lady was that, Young?
Inspector Coleman.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always seem to keep you waiting.
No, forgive me. I was trying to elicit some information from a reluctant witness. Doctor called aside. This is Police Constable Young.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Constable.
Constable Young found the body.
And then I informed Sergeant Gregg. And he arranged for the body to be brought here and for Miss Farrell to identify the body.
Who is Miss Farrell?
Nancy Farrell, sir. Mr. Granger's secretary. I was going to tell you when Doctor called aside.
Thank you, Constable.
She's a very capable young woman and very attractive.
That wouldn't surprise me, Doctor. Granger had quite a reputation as a man for the ladies.
Thank you, Constable. If I may ask 1 or 2 questions.
Of course, sir.
The usual ones, Doctor?
And the usual answers, Inspector. I'm not able to establish the time of death with any accuracy. The body had been on the moor anything up to 24 hours.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Constable?
I might be able to help there. You see, it had been raining hard last night, but I noticed that the ground under the body was still dry.
You moved the body?
No, sir. The rain had driven in fairly hard and had soaked in under one side of the body. But on the other side, it was easy to see that the ground was comparatively dry, protected by the body. I'm sure Sergeant Gregg will verify that.
Well, that would be of help in narrowing the time.
If we could establish what time it started to rain.
Oh, well done, Constable.
Yes, I was up on the moor myself last night. I met up with Asta. It Started to rain somewhere around midnight.
That's a help.
I suppose you have an alibi for the time before you met Sergeant Astor, sir?
Constable, I have had very little sleep, followed by an extremely aggravating morning.
Yes, sir. It was a wee joke.
Dr. Calderside, the next obvious question is cause of death.
Oh, I just said no doubt about that.
I would like to hear it from the doctor.
Of course, sir.
I understand the weapon was found lying next to the body.
12 bore, sir.
Constable! Would you get me a cup of coffee?
Oh, yes, sir.
You'll find a canteen too.
I'll find it, Doctor.
He's a bright young man.
Yes, should go far, and indeed will do if I have anything to do with it. Now, the question I have to ask is, given the obvious cause of death, is there any question that it might have been an accident?
No. The man had taken the blast full in the chest.
Suicide?
Impossible. And for the same reason. He would have to have had extremely long arms.
Yes, I see. So it's murder.
I would say so.
2 murders in 24 hours. Well, that's very exciting. I wonder what odds our bookmaker friend would have given against that happening.
I'm very pleased for you, sir.
Oh, come on, Fred. Only a few hours ago we were complaining about the lack of excitement.
I think you were complaining rather more than me, sir.
But this is the sort of thing that makes the job worthwhile.
My lack of enthusiasm may have something to do with the fact that I still haven't managed to get any sleep.
Oh, I am sorry. We'll make it an early night tonight. Now, Derek Granger. What do we know so far?
Turf accountant. 43 years old. Well known among the social set on and off the racetrack. He's a high flyer, both financially and sexually.
I think you'll have to explain that.
Well, he makes his money primarily from off-course betting.
Anything,
No, not a sniff as far as we know. Quite the reverse. He puts a lot of his money back into racing. A great benefactor of local stables and the courses themselves, even south of the border.
Really?
Wherever he has betting shops, he makes sure the sport benefits locally. However, he's reported to have heavy investments in a variety of other interests.
You've done a lot of work in a very short time.
Most of it's Jackie here.
Oh.
No more than common knowledge, sir.
Yes, well, I'm only interested in bookies when they get themselves killed. Now, what about this sexual high-flying? I take it we're not talking about the Mile High Club.
What's that, sir?
This is from Sergeant Gregg. Granger was renowned to be a sexual athlete of Olympic standard. But apart from the gossip, he was certainly photographed regularly with a variety of beautiful women on his arm.
Well, so far, his lifestyle seems highly commendable and rather enviable.
Oh, you might have hit on the word, sir. Envy.
A motive. But people don't kill from envy, do they?
You can't be a Derek Granger without being the subject of a lot of rumour.
Most of it bad.
Nobody bothers to start good rumours, sir.
And what are they saying about Granger?
That there's a number of married women, some married to very eminent folk who, well, I don't have to tell you, I'm sure.
I see.
Tell you what, sir?
But it's rumour.
We can do some digging.
What we're digging for?
It's a possible motive.
What is?
But money's a more likely one. Does he have a head office?
Oh, yes.
Right, then we start there. Where are you going, young?
Were you, sir?
I don't think so.
But I thought I was on the case, sir.
Did you?
I found the body, sir, and I notified Sergeant Gregg, and I went with you to the hospital.
Seems fair, sir.
Yes, I suppose it does. All right, young. This is your big chance.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Astor and I will see what we can dig up at Granger's office. You can stay here and go through everything and anything that you can find about him. And then sit by the phone and wait for our call.
Well, someone has to do it, Jackie.
I suppose so. What am I looking for, Sarge?
Anything. Start with his financial dealings. Find out who his accountants are, his lawyers, his stockbrokers. Somebody somewhere has a motive for killing him.
And the married women, Sarge, I don't quite follow.
Sex, Jackie. Sex.
We're married women.
It happens, Jackie. It's a wicked world.
Sarge?
Yes, Jackie?
Do you have the address of this Mile High Club?
I'm surprised to find you here, Miss Farrell. After your ordeal.
The world does have to go on, Inspector. Derek was at the head of a huge enterprise. A lot of people rely on me being here.
What exactly is your position in the firm? I understood secretary.
Derek's little joke, Inspector. I started as his secretary, so he's always referred to me as that. In fact, I run the entire turf accounting side of his business.
Well, that's quite a responsibility.
For a woman?
For anybody.
It's in my blood. My father was a very well-known on-course bookmaker. Some years ago, there were allegations. Tattersall's banned him from attending any race meeting for the rest of his life.
Sandy Farrell?
That's right.
Ah.
Derek never believed the allegations and offered my father the job of racing manager here. Daddy accepted, but the damage was done. He died a few years later. Racing is my life, Inspector.
So, when did you last see Granger?
Yesterday. He came into the office every day. He may have had many other business interests, but his life was in racing as well.
Can I get you anything, Miss Farrell?
No. Thank you, Sergeant. I'm perfectly all right.
Horse racing has traditionally gathered around it some of the less desirable elements of society.
Traditionally? But reforms over the years? Improved policing, stronger powers for the jockey club? Not to mention scientific advances have meant that it is increasingly difficult to turn a dishonest penny.
What about this, what do you call it, the betting shop side of things?
Off-course betting? Inspector, everybody knows a way of beating the bookies, legally or illegally. The fact is that everything has been tried before, and the few that have succeeded only ever do so once. You'll never hear a bookmaker call gambling a mug's game.
I understand Granger had quite a reputation with the ladies.
Had he?
Common knowledge, Miss Farrell.
Is it relevant?
Well, I'm looking for a motive.
It's possible. Derek had immense charm. Coupled with his good looks and the power that his money gave him, it was a heady combination.
Irresistible.
Oh, yes. Once she had experienced the Granger method, the champagne flight, the box at Longchamp for the Arc de Triomphe, dinner at La Serre and the suite at the Georges V. No woman could resist.
No one?
I did, Inspector. I don't believe in mixing business with pleasure. I've always known that somebody was going to inherit Derek's betting empire, and it might as well be me. I suppose I have inherited that empire. You see, Derek loved racing and he loved women. He liked winning at both. I had no intention of being one of his also-rans.
And he played a very varied field, is that the expression?
He had absolutely no qualms when it came to women.
Even if they were married?
You have been doing your homework.
A jealous husband, particularly one whose humiliation is made public, would have a powerful motive to revenge himself.
There were married women.
Perhaps married to eminent men?
Oh, Derek had class, Inspector. He didn't waste his time with scrubbers.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand, Sergeant?
Oh, never mind. I just don't understand why a woman would allow herself to be...
Animal attraction, Sergeant. The fact that a mare is already being covered doesn't necessarily prevent her encouraging the advances of a thoroughbred.
Names?
I suppose I could give you a couple. No more than you could find out for yourself.
What about a jealous woman?
No.
You sound very sure.
You never met Derek. No woman would destroy such a beautiful thing.
Even if she knew it couldn't belong to her?
Not while there was the remotest chance of her being able to possess it again.
There is another line of investigation open.
I'm sure there is, Sergeant.
Money. The other prime motive.
I suppose you're thinking of me?
I apologise for my Sergeant, Miss Farrell. He has a very prosaic nature.
I shall benefit substantially from Derek's death.
I wasn't thinking of... I was thinking about people that owed him money. Perhaps big money?
Would there be people who...
Yes. I hardly have to tell you that such information would be highly confidential.
Yes, I hardly have to tell you that court orders are already being prepared that will enable me to inspect all Mr. Granger's books.
Of course, Inspector. There is a short list of very large debtors. Those owing in excess of 100,000.
Good grief.
I will have that on your desk in a matter of hours.
Fred?
Sir? Sorry, sir.
I was asking your opinion.
Oh, my mind was away. I'm having some trouble staying awake.
You're having trouble keeping your mind off that young lady.
Oh, you know me, sir. Once bitten.
Nonsense. That was the first time you've looked more than half awake since this morning. You could be arrested for the look in your eyes.
She was rather spectacular.
And cool.
And efficient.
So, what do you think?
I think she's a bit strong for a sergeant's pay packet.
I meant, what did you think about what she had to say?
She didn't tell us much.
There wasn't much point in you being there, Fred.
Well, she was honest enough about having a motive.
Well, we were going to find that out anyway.
And she made it clear she had no romantic attachment to Granger herself.
If we believe her.
But she was honest enough about her reasons, and in being honest, she again emphasised the fact that she benefits from his death.
So, you think that because she's beautiful, efficient and honest and is about to become very wealthy as a result of her employer's death, we should discount her from our inquiries?
I'm just not going to jump to conclusions.
I'm sure you're not, Fred. I'm sorry I asked.
She had a point about a woman not killing him.
Ah, now there I agree. I'm not talking about Miss Farrell's half-baked theories. I'm thinking of the weapon. Women kill with knives or poison, maybe a small gun, but not a 12-bore.
And where would she get hold of a 12-bore?
I don't think we're going to get much further today, Fred. Perhaps you should get some sleep. Come. Oh, Constable Young, what can we do for you?
I got these, sir, and the evening paper.
Oh, let me see.
On the front page, sir.
Socialite brutally murdered.
And this was delivered by special messenger.
Well, that's one fact they've got right.
And this is my report.
Oh, yeah, I'll take those, Jackie.
Good grief.
What's that, sir?
Sir Harold blasted Kelso sounding off on public morality again. Listen to this. These people must be made aware that driving a car after having consumed any alcohol puts innocent members of the public at risk. The hypocritical prig. Then he's handed out the maximum possible sentence to 2 young offenders.
You can't criticise the man, sir.
I could criticise his right to pontificate on a law which he happily ignores himself.
What's that, sir?
Oh, he really does make me very angry.
Oh, in that case, this should interest you.
What's that?
A list of the people who owe Granger Turf Services more than £100,000. Sir Harold is into them for £100,360.
My God.
Miss Farrell's divided her list into 2 groups. Those who owe that sort of money and can continue to bet, and those on the stop list. Sir Harold's on the stop list.
May I see that?
What's the stop list?
Oh, just what it says, Jackie. A list of people who've exceeded their credit limits, or who for some other reason can no longer place bets with off-course bookmakers.
Some surprising names.
Yes.
You might be right about looking at money as a motive. Well, some of the sums involved here might be worth killing for.
You're not thinking.
Oh, I'd like to. Depends how badly he needs 100,000.
Oh, Constable Young has another wee nugget, sir. Derek Granger, man about town, leading socialite and darling of the fairer sex, was also a married man.
Well, well.
11 years. Annette Granger, 41 years old, no children.
Well done, Constable.
The Sergeant Astor always says divine inspiration is one thing, but it doesn't produce as many results as the painstaking plod.
Does he? Well, this is obviously your forte, Constable. So, take Miss Farrell's list and go through every name on it. Find out everything about them. In particular, I want to know how they can afford to lose such sums of money, and why Granger would continue to let them go on losing while others he stops.
What exactly am I looking for, sir?
I've no idea. With any luck, that's what you're going to tell me.
I'll start right away.
No, you won't, Constable. It's late. You won't find the access to the information you need at this time of night. Oh, we all need some time away from this. Tomorrow we'll see Granger's wife. And, I expect Miss Farrell is worth another visit.
Oh, yes, sir.
Get to bed, Sergeant.
Right, sir.
And, Sergeant.
Sir?
Sweet dreams.
I read about it in the newspaper. I didn't allow it to spoil my day. There's no point in trying to pretend, Inspector. Derek and I have been separated for 7 years. I've hated him for much longer than that.
But you stayed married?
The arrangement suits me. I have an adequate allowance, when he remembered to send it.
Send it?
Oh, none of your civilized behaviour for Derek, Inspector. It would have been too impersonal to make out bank drafts or deal through my lawyer. He sent the cheques through the post, signed by that secretary of his, so that everybody was constantly reminded how generous he was being to his mouse of a wife. And then when he forgot to send it,
I would have to go to his office to pick it up personally from that little bitch. Just to rub my face a little harder in the dirt.
Why didn't he divorce you?
I've no idea. I would never give him grounds. Some womanizers like the safety net of a little wife tucked away somewhere. Maybe he didn't want the publicity.
I understand he wasn't known for his reticence in that area.
He wouldn't want the kind of publicity divorce would give him. Anyway, it doesn't matter now, does it? I've won.
Won?
He's dead. No more worrying about financial settlements. No more humiliations. Another good reason for not divorcing him. I imagine I'll be a wealthy widow.
I wouldn't know.
Perhaps it's my turn to enjoy a little of the life he led.
When did you last see your husband?
I've no idea. Weeks ago. Months.
When you went to his office?
I didn't necessarily see Derek. The Farrow woman would have the cheque ready for me, together with some reason for my not seeing him. She needn't have bothered herself.
Can you tell me where you were when your husband was killed?
Oh, really, Inspector? When was he killed?
Sometime between 6 and 11:30 the night before last.
I watched television, and I was in bed, shortly after the news at 10, I expect.
You were alone?
For both activities.
I meant...
I know what you meant, Inspector.
Do you remember what you watched?
No. Yes, there was a play on.
Do you remember...
No. Do you watch television, Inspector? Do you remember what it was about afterwards?
I don't watch much television.
I don't have an alibi for the time you mentioned. Perhaps if I had killed my husband, I might have made sure I had one.
I have to ask...
Then I suggest you ask some of the tarts he flaunted round town. Even better, ask some of the women whose marriages he wrecked, or their husbands. Better still, ask that bitch that runs his office, the one he always goes back to when the current affair loses its excitement.
Our inquiries will cover all the usual ground.
It'll give me great pleasure to show her the door. If you haven't got her first.
Shall do for my money, sir.
Yes, an obvious choice.
Nobody could have a better motive. She didn't disguise her dislike of her husband.
Dislike is putting it mildly.
The two strongest motives, hate and money. And she has no alibi.
Which leaves method. Where did she get a 12-bore shotgun, Fred? And what's happening about that?
I left that one with Constable Young.
Well, let's get back to the office and find out how he's getting on.
Come up with quite a lot there, sir.
Good.
Fingerprints first.
Whose?
Don't know, sir. Not on record. In any case, the killer would almost certainly have worn gloves.
Constable, will you stop wagging your tail like a pleased puppy and tell me what you have to report?
Get on with it, Jackie.
I've traced the owner, sir.
Have you?
Well, not actually me.
Young...
sorry, sir. It belongs to Sir Harold Kelso.
Does it indeed? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Last registered owner.
Well, there's a turn-up for the book.
Yes.
Then I'd better go and pay Sir Harold a visit. And you, Fred, you go and see Miss Farrell again. And find out if there's any connection between him and Granger other than a large debt.
Right.
Oh, will you be all right on your own?
I'll manage, sir.
Well, if you need me, just whistle.
Sir?
You know how to whistle, don't you? You just put your lips together and blow.
What was that about, Sarge?
Don't worry about it, Jackie. He wants to be Humphrey Bogart when he grows up.
Somebody's obviously made an idiotic mistake.
I doubt it, Sir Harold. Unless you've sold the gun and the new owner hasn't notified...
Of course I haven't.
Well, the problem's easily resolved.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Who is it?
Penny, we're down here.
Ronnie. How very nice. What brings you here?
Business, I'm afraid, Penny.
Just an inquiry.
Ronnie seems to think I've mislaid a gun.
Oh?
You were just about to show me.
Yes, this way. This is the gun room.
Is that door always unlocked?
I haven't got an arsenal here, Ronnie. A few sporting guns, and the house is very secure.
Well, you were broken into very recently.
Yes, but nothing... Oh, good Lord.
Yes?
There is a gun missing. 12 bore.
Are you sure?
Oh, don't be a bloody fool, Ronnie. I'm sorry. I just can't believe... Well, I was obviously wrong.
The guns?
6 of them.
Are left in this glass-fronted cupboard, unlocked.
Well, one doesn't expect...
What? You're a sheriff, Sir Harold. You are aware that...
These are for sport.
And one of them has blasted the life out of a man.
Oh.
Yes, I'm sorry, my dear.
What's happened?
Ronald is suggesting that this gun was used to kill somebody.
Your gun?
I'm afraid so.
Who?
Derek Granger.
That man who was on the news? Oh, that's awful.
Did you know him?
No.
Yes. I knew him. I did business with him. I don't think my wife... I don't think you met him, did you, Penny?
No, I don't think so.
He was a bookmaker.
I think everybody knows of my interest in horse racing. Mr. Granger was, in fact, a great benefactor of the sport in Scotland.
Oh, I think I might have met him.
It's quite possible, my dear. It's not important.
What is important is the gun that killed him. It belonged to you.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? It's perfectly obvious what happened. Somebody stole the gun.
Yes, when we were burgled.
Well, you said nothing was taken.
Well, obviously I didn't check.
You have 6 guns in the house and you didn't check.
These guns remain unused for months. They're oiled and put away until the season starts. I never give the damn things a thought for 8 months in the year. That's Peter's job.
Peter?
My gilly. And he doesn't need to give them much attention outside the season. He has his own gun for rabbits and other pests.
It all seems very casual.
Well, it isn't. You and I live in different worlds, Ronnie.
Harry?
I'm quite sure we do. Ammunition?
No, kept in those drawers over there.
Unlocked, I suppose?
Of course they're not locked.
And not much point in locking up the ammunition if you leave the guns unlocked.
I don't like your attitude.
I don't give a damn whether you like my attitude or not. I consider that to be criminal bloody negligence. And in the light of what's happened, you have a great deal to answer for.
Ronnie, Harry doesn't mean... We're both a little shocked.
Yes, well, we have to assume that the gun was taken during the break-in. Whether that was the sole purpose of the burglary, if nothing else was taken.
The man was disturbed.
Well, not by anybody in the house.
By the dog.
Ah.
I assume you've made no progress there.
Not to my knowledge. And now that we know that the gun was taken, we shall redouble our efforts.
You mean it's taken this unfortunate man's death to galvanize you into some sort of action?
Most of my time has been taken up with an outbreak of sheep rustling.
What?
However, I will send a man over to take your fingerprints.
Oh!
What are you talking about?
Well, we shall need them for elimination purposes.
But you already have them after the break-in.
They will have been destroyed.
Do you expect me to believe that? I know that the police tend to keep them on file.
That is not true.
Which is tantamount to a violation of civil liberties.
Both you and your wife are at complete liberty to witness the destruction of your prints once we have eliminated...
Once you've transferred them onto a computer.
Just exactly what concerns you, Sir Harold. I mean, what do you have to worry about if your conscience is clear and you have no intention of committing a felony in the future?
The fact that we know each other socially does not give you the right to come over...
I could have sent my sergeant round.
We do appreciate your coming personally. It's difficult. It's not easy for us either.
Yes, well, I have no more questions for the moment. I shall send somebody round, but you have my word that the prints will be destroyed.
They will be. I shall see to that.
Good grief.
I don't think Derek has seen her in years, but he looked after her very well. The house is hers. The allowance was very generous.
An allowance that she often had to ask you for.
I don't comment on how people conduct their lives.
You just do your job.
I just do my job.
Will you be doing it for much longer?
What do you mean?
Presumably Mrs. Granger will inherit the business.
I don't think so.
She thinks so.
Oh, I can see how she would like that.
You seem to know something that she doesn't. Or that I do, for that matter.
Once again, Sergeant, I have to say that my job entails a great deal of confidentiality.
Oh, come on, Miss Farrell. Let me say again that we're on a murder inquiry, and we're going to find out a lot of things you might prefer to remain confidential. In the meantime, if you can help the police in their inquiries...
You're very persuasive.
And stop playing bloody games. You're a very attractive woman, Miss Farrow, and I'm sure you're used to getting exactly what you want from people. But I'm used to getting what I want as well, and I don't appreciate being messed about.
Perhaps I wasn't messing about.
Why do you think Mrs. Granger won't inherit this business?
Because Derek has made arrangements that on his death, I should have the opportunity of buying the rest of the shares in it.
The rest of them?
I'm already a major shareholder. And Mrs. Granger will be wasting her time if she even considers contesting Derek's wishes. She's very well catered for. She will be a wealthy woman and she will continue to receive a share of the annual profits.
You've seen Granger's will?
Yes. We were very close.
Mrs. Granger suggested you were more than close.
Did she?
She said he had affairs with many women, but that you were the one he always went back to.
She has a nasty tongue.
Did he always come back to you?
When it suited me.
You told the inspector you didn't mix business with pleasure.
Derek was purely business.
You did sleep with him.
And it paid off. I got what I wanted. He no longer had any real interest in the work here. I have. I did not intend to see that dreary little wife of his inherit a concern that I had helped to build up and was running successfully.
I see.
You're not shocked, Sergeant? Sometimes a girl has to look after her own interests. I wasn't prepared to be another of Derek's affairs to be dropped when he got bored. I made the running. His rather flashy charm didn't appeal to me. I like a man to be a little more mature, a little more reliable. I like a steer. Sergeant.
Yes. Well, you said that, what about some of these other affairs? You said you might be able to give us some names.
Mostly they were easily forgettable. Leggy, busty earheads. They wouldn't interest you, Sergeant. They might have bored Derek to death, but they weren't intelligent enough to bear any real malice.
But there were others.
There were others when I thought that Derek was being more than usually indiscreet.
Married women?
As your inspector suggested, sometimes to some very eminent people.
Such as who?
He really didn't seem to give a damn. Flaunting his sexual achievements.
Oh, some little boys never grow up. Such as who, Fred?
Well, the wife of a leading trainer. That actually came to a punch-up at the Ayr Spring meeting. It was particularly unfortunate because he had hopes of receiving some royal horses into the stables.
Well, that sort of thing's no longer a bar to royal patronage, is it? Surely they have enough problems of their own these days. No, not impressed.
There was the daughter of a prominent minister.
Oh, I'm told they can be very spirited little things.
Well, that might have gone unremarked if he hadn't then decided to, what do they call it in racing terms, go through the card.
This case is in danger of corrupting you, Fred. What do you mean?
Well, it started being seen out with a minister's wife.
Oh, a man of Catholic taste.
Church of Scotland, actually.
Yeah, the reverend gentleman might have sold his story to the newspaper. And he would always have the consolation of knowing that his wife would get her comeuppance at the pearly gates. No, you'll have to do better than that.
Then, how about the wife of a man very eminent in local political and legal circles?
There's enough adultery in political and legal circles to make it almost a sine qua non for the job. Come on, Fred. We're looking for a motive for murder. And so far, the wife and your lady are ahead of the field. Now, all this squalid wife bonking isn't providing us with anything.
But what if the man I'm talking about was a pillar of rectitude? He was constantly delivering homilies in public about moral behaviour, and who was in danger of being laughed out of court if his wife's indiscretion was discovered. And what if he was also in considerable debt to Granger?
Harold Kelso?
Would you like another one of those, sir?
Damn you, Fred. What have you found out?
Just that. Penny Kelso. Lady Penelope.
And Granger?
She came to her senses just before it hit the gossip columns. But neither of them made much of a secret of it up till then.
Well, how did Kelso take it?
I can only guess.
Yes.
There you are, sir. I was looking for you. They said you might be in the pub.
No, not in uniform, young, not in uniform.
Oh, what's that, sir?
You don't come into a pub in uniform, Jackie.
It frightens the customers.
I'm sorry. I wanted to get this to you. It's the information you wanted on the people who owed Mr. Granger money.
Well, it can wait until I get back to the office.
I thought it was urgent.
Well, it's not. Good Lord. You're going to publish a book?
I tried to be thorough.
Good, Constable. But what you give me is a précis, a report that I can digest in 5 minutes.
Sorry, sir.
Leave that on my desk, Jackie. I'll give you a hand later.
Thanks, Sergeant.
No, wait. What have you got on Sir Harold Kelso?
Kelso. He's a sheriff. His title is
He owes the deceased a great deal of money. Can he afford it?
No.
Thank you. Then how has he got into that kind of debt?
Gambling, sir.
I think I can answer that, sir. OK, Jackie, get that stuff back to the office. I'll be across shortly.
Right. Thanks, Sarge. I'm sorry, sir. I thought...
Ah, he's not a bad lad, sir.
Have a word with him, Fred. Sort him out.
Right.
About Kelso.
Oh, yes. I asked Miss Farrell. Every client, you see, has a credit limit. When they reach it, then they can have no more bets until it's settled. They're the average mug punter. Then there are some who are the really heavy gamblers.
Kelso?
Not really, sir. His credit limit was 10,000. There's a couple have got 50,000 limits, and even more if they want. They were good for it.
And Kelso wasn't?
Nancy said not.
Nancy?
Miss Farrell. She said that he'd reached a point where Kelso was not paying and was just doubling up his bets. It's a classic recipe for losing.
Well, why did they let him get so far in over his head?
I can think of two reasons. One, that he's a prominent figure and you don't want to offend a man like that. And secondly, it could give you a hold over him.
Blackmail?
I'm just putting a couple of ideas forward.
But gambling debts are not enforceable in law.
Well, if Granger chose to bring him before Tattersalls, he could be banned from the sport.
I think I should have another word with him. He suddenly has a lot more questions to answer.
All the same, I'd go a bit canny, sir. A bad man to have against you. What about the wife?
You're right, Fred. Let's be thorough. Let's do it by your book. The wife first. Tomorrow morning. Which gives you time to get these in again.
Well, cheers, Ronnie.
Yes, cheers. Oh, excellent.
Harry has it shipped privately.
Nice to have money.
Connections. I'm sure Harry could arrange to let you have the occasional dozen bottles.
I would certainly be tempted.
You don't like him, do you?
I'm not here to talk about him, Penny.
No.
You lied to me.
It was a very long time ago, and Derek... Do we have to?
I could ask somebody else.
No! I'm not going to make excuses, Ronnie. You didn't know him?
No.
He was such fun. Harry is quite a bit older than me, but I suppose I was carried away at the thought of being Lady Penelope Kelso. And the responsibility of helping him run the estate made me feel very grown up. But eventually, it seemed there was no escape from it. And the evenings spent with boring people who might be useful to Harry. Oh, that's why I love the evenings we have with you and Margaret. She's always full of the newest things happening in the theatre and in the arts, and you have such a fund of fascinating stories.
Margaret says I always talk shop.
Well, perhaps your shop is more interesting than Harry's. And you have a sense of humour. Oh, Harry can devote a whole evening to the possible effect of the nationalist vote on the council elections. And he's terminally worried about the lack of support for the Tories in Scotland.
Oh, the Scots are a very generous race. I'm sure they will support the Tories at the first sign of the Tories supporting them.
You see, a sense of humour is very sexy.
I must tell Margaret that.
Oh, she knows.
Well, we were talking about you.
Yes, of course.
When did you meet Granger?
It was a race meeting. We were having a dismal day. Harry had lost badly.
Gambling?
Oh, no, Harry doesn't gamble. He had 2 horses running that day. They were both strongly fancied to win, and neither of them was placed. And then, suddenly, there was Derek. I remember a lot of champagne and laughter, and then he put a bet on a horse for me. He said it was bound to win, and it did, and I remember shouting at home and hugging Derek, and we laughed.
I see.
No, I don't think you do, Ronnie. He was charming and attentive, and he offered a social and a sexual excitement that I'd always dreamed of. The affair just seemed to start very naturally, and it didn't seem at all wrong. You see, it depends sometimes how you look at things. Words are very important. Being unfaithful to Harry was all a bit of a lark, but adultery... It was adultery. It became more and more difficult to find opportunities. Oh, Derek didn't care, but I did. Somehow the excitement wore off.
For you?
Yes. It would have ended naturally.
But?
Harry found out.
I see. How?
Derek told him.
Oh.
He said he wanted to marry me, that he was in love with me, but... Oh, Harry needed me. And somehow it has made us much stronger.
When was all this?
More than a year ago.
And you haven't seen him since?
No.
And Harry?
I don't know. I suppose... He was very angry. I didn't realise the damage I was doing to him. I hurt him dreadfully. I've grown up a lot, Ronnie.
And everybody lived happily ever after?
Yes.
Except Granger.
Oh, poor Derek.
Who killed him, Penny? Who would kill him?
I've no idea.
And who would try to implicate you?
Me?
Or Harry? The gun that killed him came from here.
It was stolen.
And then used to kill Granger.
That's coincidence, surely. Anybody could have stolen the gun. Somebody could have stolen it to sell to somebody else. These things happen.
Happenstance.
What?
Once is coincidence, Mr. Bond. Twice is happenstance. No, thank you for being so frank, Penny. I know it's been very painful for you.
Thank you for being a friend.
It's very difficult for coppers to have friends.
But we are.
I'd like to think so.
You're jumping to conclusions, sir.
But I'm right. She's protecting her husband.
She could be protecting herself.
Oh, look at it again, Fred. It all makes sense. What did your Miss Farrell say?
She's not my Miss Farrell.
Well, she's a pretty straight lady, wouldn't you say?
Yes. She's a fairly tough nut, and she doesn't volunteer information. But when she says something, I reckon she means it.
And she said no woman would have killed Granger.
That's theory, sir.
And the weapon used was a man's weapon.
Theory.
Will you stop interrupting?
I'll do my best.
The gun belonged to Kelso. Now, I find it unlikely that he would not know that a gun was missing after a break-in. And we've made no progress on that. I think we'll find that the whole thing was a put-up job to explain the loss of the gun.
No, hold on, sir.
Let me finish. Nothing else was taken because they were presumably disturbed by a dog. Now, proper villains know what they're doing. If they wanted to turn over the Kelso place, they would have coped with a dozy pooch.
You're not being logical, sir.
Oh. All right, Fred. All right. Why not?
If you're going to the trouble of faking a break-in in order to explain the loss of a gun, then you report the loss at once.
Yes, all right. Let's assume that the break-in was genuine. But he used it later to explain the loss of the gun.
Well, I suppose that's feasible.
Well, it's more than feasible, and he's got the motive, revenge and money. There's over 100,000 involved, and he owes it to somebody who's had an affair with his wife.
He still owes the money.
But Nancy Farrell is not Derek Granger. She plays everything very close to her chest. She has nothing to gain by shopping Kelso. She can afford to wait for him to pay. He doesn't want his racing cronies to know about his gambling debts, and that's something else. Penny said he didn't gamble.
Then she's wrong.
Not necessarily. Suppose that money was some kind of payoff. Penny said that Granger was still in love with her. Maybe he took money to stay away. Well, Kelso knew what had been going on, and if he were prepared to pay the man off, a phony credit account would be the ideal way of explaining such large sums of money.
Then we'll find cheques paid from Kelso's account to Granger's account.
No. He hasn't paid any yet. It's a credit account. When Granger decides he's had enough, he'll call in the total debt. Kelso only had to agree to make one losing bet, and he was caught in the classic blackmail syndrome. But then he was trapped in a second threat. The exposure of the gambling debts to Tattersall's or whoever.
Hold on, sir. Let's imagine you're right so far.
Well, I am.
So we know how and we know why, but what about when? At the time Granger was killed, Kelso was with you, sitting around drinking your brandy.
No! I've thought about that too. I think we're dealing with a very cool customer. What did you call him? A pillar of rectitude?
Did I?
And yet, on the night Granger was killed, he had been drinking and was out driving his car when he was well over the legal limit. And he was careless enough to let me know what he was doing. Good grief, Fred. He made me his alibi.
But you are his alibi, sir.
No, he left the dinner party well before I did. I had to wait for a car. He had previously phoned Granger. No. He used the moment. He went home and phoned Granger, arranged a meeting.
At that time of
Money.
night?
Granger was blackmailing him. He met him, killed him, and then drove on to meet me. Yes, I'm quite certain he asked me where the hit and run had happened. He used me as his alibi.
He'd be taking an enormous chance.
Oh, murder's a risky business.
And you just said Kelso wasn't a gambler?
But he didn't gamble. He worked out the odds very carefully. He sat and waited for the moment. And when it presented itself, he took it coldly and calmly. Well, obviously he had to tell Penny where he was going at that time of night, so he needed me as his alibi. Oh, but I should have seen it earlier. I mean, normally he would never have driven in that state. It was out of character.
So is murder.
I'll have to speak to Macaulay before I do anything. What are you up to, Fred?
Oh, I'm just following up a few ideas. Tidying up a couple of things.
Could you bring yourself to talk to your Miss Farrell again?
Yes.
I want to know exactly when those bets of Kelso's were made. I have a feeling we'll find he never made them.
I'll go and see her.
Yeah, and I'll go and see Macaulay. I hope he'll come with me to see Kelso.
I hope you're right, Ronnie.
You've heard what I had to say, sir.
It's very circumstantial.
And it all fits.
Well, just be very careful what you say.
And that's why I wanted you to be here, sir.
Oh, Ronald, to what do I owe this pleasure? Oh, Ian. I wasn't told you were here.
Good evening, Harry.
Is this a formal visit?
I asked Superintendent Macaulay to accompany me.
Oh?
A few problems seem to have cropped up.
Really? I presume there's no point in offering you a drink.
Sir Harold, I'm sure you remember the night Derek Granger was murdered.
Of course.
Could you tell me what you did after you left my house?
I went home.
And then you went out again?
You know I did. What exactly is going on?
If you could bear with us, Harry.
Have you come to give me some sort of reprimand? I'd had a drink. Coleman made his attitude perfectly clear, and I made mine equally clear. I phoned you next day because I felt, well, it exceeded his authority.
Can you tell me when you decided to come looking for the scene of the hit-and-run accident?
No, I can't.
Well, perhaps you can tell me how long you were out of the house that night.
Quite a long time. Why?
Presumably Lady Kelso would know.
I was gone, at least an hour.
Quite a long time. How long would it take you to drive from here to Craignafoley?
Ronnie?
Craignafoley?
It's where Derek Granger's body was found.
There's a telephone call for you.
Oh, I'll take it.
What are you suggesting, Coleman?
I'm just trying to clarify a few things in my own mind, sir. How long?
About 10 minutes.
And to drive from here to the hit-and-run?
About 15 minutes.
Well, you were out for more than an hour.
It took me a little time to find you.
You knew where we were?
Not exactly. It probably took me half an hour to find you.
How long would it take Granger to get from his home to Craignafoley?
I've no damned idea. And I don't think I'm answering any more questions until I have my lawyer present.
That is your right, sir. There are more questions I want to ask.
Such as?
Ronnie?
I want a better explanation of how your gun came to be used to kill Granger.
You know damned well the gun was stolen.
And I want to know more about the extremely heavy gambling debt you had incurred to Granger Turf Services.
What the hell are you talking about?
That was Sergeant Astor. He said it was urgent.
What was it?
Oh, it's nothing he could say over the phone. He suggests you return to the station.
Ah. Well, we'll not get any further here. Sir Harold has decided to exercise his right to legal representation. I suggest we all go to the station.
Do you mean me?
Yes, sir.
Am I under arrest?
Of course not, Harry. It's just a few questions. Isn't that right?
Quite a few, sir. Why didn't you tell me any of this, Fred?
Because I didn't know any of it until a couple of hours back.
Pursuing your own lines of inquiry.
Not exactly, sir. Just plodding along.
Doing it by the book. You should have told me what you were up to.
You were not in the mood to listen. You'd made your mind up.
No question of error.
No. Forensic haven't had time to type it up.
Enough to make an arrest?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what a mess. Well, have to face it, I suppose. Come with me, Fred.
Righto, sir.
May I remind you, Superintendent, that my client is not here on a social visit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cropper.
And unless you intend to lay formal charges...
I'm sure that Inspector Coleman...
We have been waiting half an hour. I suggest you find your inspector this instant, or allow Sir Harold and his wife...
There was no need for Lady Kilson...
I wanted to come.
Sorry to have kept you all waiting.
This is Mr. Cropper. He's representing Sir Harold.
And getting extremely angry at this inexcusable delay.
I have apologized.
There had better be a good reason.
There is. A very good reason. Further facts have come to light.
Concerning my client?
No.
Then may I assume that my client is not under arrest?
It has never been suggested that Sir Harold...
Sir Harold has been good enough to come to the station to help us with our inquiries into the death of Derek Granger.
Stop playing games, Inspector.
I still have questions that require answers.
Are you cautioning my client?
Do shut up, Cropper. Inspector Coleman knows that I'm always happy to assist the police in any way I'm able. What I resent, and shall pursue at another time, is any suggestion that I've been less than forthcoming with my help up to now.
The point I was about to make, Sir Harold.
And I detect a change from his previous attitude. Am I right, Inspector?
You said that you were out of the house for more than an hour on the night Granger was murdered. Can you be more precise?
No.
Can you help us?
That sounds about right. Over an hour.
I remember suggesting Penny didn't wait up. I didn't know exactly where the accident was. It might have been one of my employees.
Yes. How well did you know Granger?
Not at all. Only from the racecourse.
Where did he live?
I've no idea.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
In view of his association with your wife?
What the hell do you mean by that?
I told him, Harry. He knows.
Damn and blast you, Coleman.
Sir Harold, I wish you would take my advice.
Let's get this over with, Cropper.
Presumably, you do know where Granger lived?
Yes.
And how to contact him?
Yes.
Night or day?
Yes.
And how long it would take him to get from his home to Craigna Foley?
About half an hour.
20 minutes at night? Lady Penelope? About 20 minutes, would you say?
What is going on?
Inspector?
I'll ask my sergeant to continue, sir. He's been doing the groundwork on this case. Sergeant Astor?
Yes, sir. I've been checking on dry cleaning establishments, sir.
On what?
The Federation of Dry Cleaners, the professional body, they're very helpful. I gave them a number of photos. They distributed them throughout all the shops in the area.
What photographs are these, Sergeant?
It was just a precaution, sir. Normal procedure. You see, it struck me that whoever had fired the shotgun on the night in question would need to get rid of the powder burns from their clothing. They would either destroy it or perhaps have it cleaned.
And what have you come up with, Sergeant?
Well, the photographs weren't necessary, as it turned out. Lady Kelso used her own name when she took a raincoat, a sweater and a dress to the brand new dry cleaning and repair.
What the hell are you talking about?
Forensic have told me their findings. They're typing up a full report.
Penny?
I also went to Granger Turf Services and spoke to Miss Nancy Farrell. She reluctantly confirmed the fact that the Kelso account had been stocked with debts of more than £100,000.
What?
Upon investigation, she ascertained that the wages had been made by...
What the bloody hell are you talking about,
Sir
man?
Harold.
She ascertained that the wages had been made in the name of Lady Kelso.
What is going on?
There were relatively few wagers made.
He let me double up. It just seemed like fun.
Lady Kelso, I must advise you...
Are you telling me...
Sir?
Oh, yes, thank you, Sergeant. Penelope Kelso, I am arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Derek Apsley Granger on the night...
Do not say anything at this moment.
Stop it, all of you.
I should warn you that you're not obliged to say anything.
It's all right, Ronnie. It's all right.
Do you mean that you owed that man money? Used my name?
I also killed him, Harry. Which bothers you most?
I must insist that that last remark be treated in the light of extreme emotional stress.
Oh, you are a nincompoop, Cropper.
And should be disregarded.
Why do you employ such idiots, Harry?
There's one other thing, my sergeant had the presence of mind to ask the man who found that unfortunate woman's body whether he'd seen any other cars on the moor that night. On his way home, he saw the Land Rover belonging to Granger, and he saw a light green saloon car parked next to it. Lady Kelso, I believe you own a light green saloon car?
I was afraid he might have seen us.
He remembers thinking it was a bad night for a lover's tryst.
What happens now, Ronnie?
Forensic will give your car a going over.
I mean, to me.
Well, of course, you will
This is absolute nonsense. Macaulay, I hold you responsible for this prefabricated rubbish.
Superintendent, this is all highly irregular.
Lady Kelso has been advised of her rights.
You don't have to say anything else.
Still being a perfect gentleman, Ronnie. Derek was never that. But he was so exciting. I did try to be a good wife to you, Harry. Oh, we've been through all that.
It's our private business, Penny.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Eh, Ronnie? He got tired of me.
Penny.
It wasn't the way I told you, Ronnie. I thought I was going to marry him, and he just laughed and told me he was already married. I didn't know it was possible to love anybody so much. And he got bored with me. And then there was the money, but that was only a game. It wasn't real money. But he talked about business and debts of honour. What did he know about honour? How could I pay him that sort of money? It had all been a game.
Please, don't say any more, Penny.
I must advise you.
But you see, I had written letters. He would have made them public. I would have been left with nothing.
We would have survived.
Would we? Well, perhaps now, but... So, I phoned him. We'd been talking about the break-in over dinner, you remember?
Did you fake that?
Oh, no. There really was a break-in.
Is that when you took the gun?
No, I took it that night. I had known for some time that I would have to do something. And there was the moment. Harry had never let me out of his sight since. But there he was, rushing off on some quixotic errand.
There'd been an accident.
I wish I could have been sure that you cared as much for me.
Oh, my dear.
But you gave me the chance I needed.
So, you phoned Granger?
Yes.
And he came? Just like that?
He would always come, night or day, when we... I knew he would come for his money. He still cared about that.
And you took the gun?
I would have been left with nothing. No Derek, no Harry. Will I be able to go home? There are things I will need.
I'll arrange that.
Lady Kelso, if you will go with the sergeant, formal charges will be laid. Mr. Cropper, I suggest
Yes,
that you...
of course.
You haven't heard the last of this, Macaulay. This man, he has carried out a personal vendetta. He has harassed me, has tricked my wife. You haven't heard the last of this.
You done well on this one, Jackie.
Oh, just following up what you told me to do.
Showing a bit of initiative. Inspector Coleman can't ignore what you've done on this one.
He doesn't like me, does he?
The inspector?
I seem to make him angry.
No. He was saying just yesterday that you, what was it he said? He thought you were wasted in the police force.
Did he? Can I freshen your glass, Sarge?
And you've got all the right instincts.
Same again?
Yeah.
Do you think he'd recommend me for a transfer?
I'm sure he would.
To CID?
You can only ask.
Perhaps you could say something, Sarge.
Yes, it's a pint.
Oh, right. Funny how things work out, isn't it? A wee thing like that Lady Kelso. Dan the inspector thought all along it was a man.
Yes.
I wasn't so sure of myself.
Well, Nancy Farrell was sure it wouldn't be a woman.
You fancy her, don't you?
Who?
That Nancy Farrell.
Don't be daft.
Yes, you do. You bring her into the conversation.
You're being
stupid,
Jackie.
I don't think so.
That's one of the reasons the inspector gets so angry with you.
But you just
like
said...
when you say daft things like that, he gets angry.
I'm sorry, I don't mean...
I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Just that you said that Nancy
Yes,
Farrell...
I know what I said. Are you going to get that drink in or you know?
I won't hear of it. You're being bloody stupid, Ronnie.
I certainly have been, sir. Which is why I'm tendering my resignation. I let my own personal likes and dislikes lead me into making a fool of myself. And nearly caused serious trouble for you.
Yes, but you didn't.
A last-minute phone call from my sergeant.
Now look, Ronnie.
I ignored the basic tenet of good police work. I let my personal feelings affect my judgment. I like Penny, Lady Kelso. She's an attractive woman, and I didn't want it to be her. Didn't even consider her. I don't like Kelso, and I did want it to be him.
Look, you're tired and you're under emotional stress. Go home, talk to Margaret, and have a good night's sleep, and, well, talk about it in the morning.
Good grief. The number of times I've lectured my sergeant about coppers and having friends.
But, Ronnie, I am not accepting your resignation. Is that clear? What you want to do about it tomorrow is your business. Now go and get yourself a large malt.
My last bus goes in a minute.
What makes you think I could afford a woman like Nancy Farrell?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Sarge.
I mean, on a sergeant's paper.
I ought to be going home.
No. We'll have another of these.
Do you think you...
Now, don't you start that, Jackie. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
The inspector's just come in. I think I'd better be on my way.
Stand your ground, Jackie. I'm going to tell him what you said.
There you are, Fred. Thought I might find you across here.
I've knocked off for the night, sir. I'm owed a night's sleep.
Quite right. Young. Jackie Young, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
What do you have, sir?
Call me Ronnie.
Sir?
I'm starting a new life, Fred. As a civilian.
Is everything all right, sir?
No. No, it's not. Oh, well, we'll discuss it over a jar. You know, Fred, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
The part of Inspector Coleman was played by Stephen Thorne, Sergeant Astor, Joe Dunlop, and P.C. Young, Peter Gunn. Penelope Kelso, Phyllis Logan, Harry Kelso, James Warwick. Annette Granger, Morag Hood, Nancy Farrell, Elaine Collins. Margaret Coleman, Diana Bishop. Superintendent Macaulay, John Fleming. Dr. Calderside, Pauline Yates. Mr. Cropper, John Webb. Constable David Holt, and Derek Granger, Dominic Letts. Death Against the Odds was written by Michael McStay and directed by Jane Morgan.